Away, travelers, and welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'll be your hostess this afternoon. Today's kitchen special is Southern Toikatsu, and it looks like Emily is currently available for a full-service package, if you know what I mean. But if you see anything or anyone else on the menu that you're interested in, just let me know, and we'll see what we can do. Today is going to be part 6 of my Shadowrun Hong Kong playthrough. Last time we did some corporate espionage against Wuxi Incorporated and learned plenty more about our crew of misfits. We left off in a place where we're ready and set to take on our next mission right from the rip, so we'll be jumping right into the violence. As usual, I'll do my best to maintain voice work for this, but it's definitely a workout thanks to how large the cast is and the fact that I'm also recording an audiobook over on the Patreon, which the second episode of that should have gone live about 12 minutes ago. But that's for the Patreon. As always, I will also be available for comments, questions, and concerns about the tavern, as well as a regular old conversation, so don't be afraid to fill that chat with discussion. But that being said, let's head on over, shall we? Hello? Oh, please don't crash on me. Maybe? Hello? Oh, we got a minor crash. Hang on a minute. Oh, delightful. Hang on. Well then, what a delightful way to start off the day. I love it when what is supposed to be an upgrade to our graphics card completely breaks things. Right? In just a moment. Let's see, we still got that. So, end that task. Right. The game's still going, so that's good. First things first. Let's bring my 3D model back up. I love having you restart things in phases. Well, are you going to start or not? Thank you. There we go. Alright, facing the correct direction. And next up, let's go get Tube Studio up and running as well, in case anybody wants to make me scuffed. Alright, cool. That's now working as well. Back to ye olde game. Let's go ahead and head out for our next mission. Travel to Shangri-La to kidnap Rooster Lowe. Hey, hang on. Alright, so this should be one of the side missions. Uninvited guests. A tangle of marine decorum, restless lights, and ambrosial scents mingle atop a floating quay are key to accent the Shangri-La, Aberdeen Harbour's premier dining location. With competitive views of the surrounding bay, the restaurant attracts a steady crowd of tourists and whooshing personnel. Primary money man for the 289, Chung Sing Rooster Low, is enjoying a rare meal outside of Triad-held territory. Intel says he's set up in one of the restaurant's private dining rooms. He's not alone. Rooster keeps a personal bodyguard, a notorious orc called the Talon, in addition to his regular security detail. You've seen photos of the Talon's handiwork. Bodies so battered it's hard to tell where one bruise ends and the next begins. Your mission? Locate Rooster, extract him from the Shangri-La, deliver him to your client alive. Simple, fast, low profile. Of course, even the simplest runs can go sideways. Let's see. In there, we're good there. Fuck it, let's drop that onto her just in case. Stepping into the anterior hallway of the Shangri-La, you are confronted by a massive wall of trolls. The restaurant's front door security. He speaks with surprising elocution. Okay, so we're in... British accent.
Welcome to the Shangri-La. We strive to provide our patrons with an exquisite dining experience. If you have any questions or require special accommodations, don't hesitate to speak with our staff.
Looks like I've got my pick of tables.
I'm sorry, but this is not a seat-yourself establishment. If you'd like to choose where you sit, I suggest you make a reservation for one of the private rooms upstairs.
He looks you up and down, frowns.
Please keep in mind that any disturbances will be promptly de-escalated by our security. We reserve the right to our service to unruly patrons. Thank you, and enjoy your meal.
Thank you very much. That crab was truly amazing. I just wish I didn't have to wait an hour to get it. A waitress swamped with orders is caught unaware by your... Oh, welcome to the Shangri-La, ma'am. Our hostess will seat you as soon as she gets back. You're welcome to wait in the lounge. Alright, thanks. Can't believe they're late again. A well-dressed man sits alone in the corner, elbows propped atop the counter. His face is hard, eyes blank. He swirls the contents of his half-empty glass as if in a stupor. Between the swollen eyes and whiskey double, it isn't hard to guess his mood. As you approach, he rubs his temples and graces you with a lazy, sideways glance. Mumbles under his breath.
Like I can dig myself any deeper.
Rough day? He looks at you again through dull, bloodshot eyes, but his gaze drifts elsewhere, returning to his drink.
Lost 2 contracts, missed a third, late for a meeting, and publicly shamed by my coworker. All during the 9 to 5. New record as far as I can tell.
He takes a long pull from his scales.
At least I got that going for me.
How'd you lose your contracts?
Wish I knew. One of them was almost a done deal. But for some reason, the client suddenly changed their tune, and the contract slipped away before I could officially close it. The other two contracts were for ongoing clients, people I'd worked with for years. I somehow forgot about their annual renewal date. A diligent coworker. Got no credit for the long-term partnership with those clients. If anything, I now look worse for losing them, even though I brought them to Wuxing in the first place.
He leans back and lets out a weary groan. His breath reeks of alcohol. Sounds like too many coincidences to me. Think someone's working against you?
Kidding me? Everybody's at each other's throats in the business.
He downs the rest of his drink, signals to the bartender. In a single movement, the bartender leans over and refills the glass. Fair, but is there someone who would have benefited most from what's happening to you? Who considers this?
Newcomer, David.
Henry nods his head toward a group at the end of the bar. An elf at its center.
Him. He came out of nowhere. He's been a rock star with upper management. He's been making connections and deals like a Wuxing veteran. Like me.
That's odd.
You're telling me. You wanna know what I think?
He leans towards you, glassy eyes looking for you to who knows where. The scent of booze wafts off of him.
I think he's got family connections. People in high places. And he's been using them to his advantage.
He backs off and shrugs, rocking precariously in his chair.
I don't know. Just a thought.
You might be onto something, though. Henry grunts and stares into it.
No. Just wishful thinking.
Well, I'm going to find out. David is all smiles. He's just finished a joke to the uproarious laughter of his party.
Hello, friend. Trying to get in on this joviality? You're welcome to join us for the next round.
His words bleed into each other. This isn't his first drink. What are we celebrating?
My recent successes. Through some hard work and a little businessly persuasion.
He winks at you knowingly.
I sealed 2 contracts and a third is on its way.
Hey, congratulations. The next round's on me. David beams.
Here's a real friend. Come, let's drink.
He slams back a shot and hoots with satisfaction.
Much appreciated. Thank you, my good woman.
So, I wish my hard work paid off like yours. A fresh flush fills David's cheeks. He wobbles on the spot and grins at you.
It wasn't too hard, truth be told. Someone did the work, most of the work for me. See that poor sot down there?
He gestures to Henry.
We just upgraded our security at work. A few nights ago, that fool left behind a note containing his new password. I wrote it down and had some fun. Sent nasty messages to his clients, removed a couple of appointments from his schedule,
David tosses his hands in the air, spilling his drink.
and boom, I'm Employee of the Month. All I had to do was some damage control. That man's clients, they're mine now.
Nicely done. Very clever, my friend. His cocky smile stretches across his all too proud face.
I thought so too. Thanks again for the drink, Fred. You have yourself a good night.
These guys are lit. Which do you think would win in a fight? Oh, we should go find out. 10 million on the mopey one. Rage goes a long way in a fight. Shrugging. At the very least, it'll keep Security's hands full. Henry gazes into the tall drink in front of him.
He came back.
Listen, that David prick you mentioned? Turns out he broke into your work terminal and sent your client some nasty messages in your name. Then he swooped in and stole them. A spark of sobriety washes over him. The dullness in his eyes drains away. He sits up, alarmed.
That explains why no one would return my messages.
With a grunt, he smashes his fist into the counter. He turns towards David and mutters through clenched teeth.
He wants to play dirty. I can handle it. I can handle him.
He jumps up and marches towards David. Henry and David stand inches from one another, both men wearing the fiercest expressions they can. Their hatred is almost palpable. How their confrontation will play out is unclear, but one thing is certain. You have a great seat. Henry stabs a finger into David's chest and speaks in a low hiss.
You stole my business, and I know it. You might have picked this fight, but I'm going to win it. Fair and square. Show you how those with integrity operate, you cheat.
David's mouth eases into a contented smirk.
You want to lose face twice in one day? I'm happy to oblige, but not in here. I'll be damned if the Shangri-La bans me for thrashing a worthless crap stain like you on their property. Let's finish this outside. Now. Fine. You think that this will give you any sort of advantage. Only means I won't have to hold back. Let's go.
And out they go. The mild bar stool offers little in the way of comfort. A quick look around reveals the disparity between the restaurant proper and the latter of which appears neglected and steamed out. Old, dry drink rings dapple the counters and the surface, and angry scratches run down its length. But you've got time to kill them, Mr. Earl. This is as good a spot as any. So wait. Yeah, we'll grab a drink and the minutes tick away until you mull, or as you mull over the old one. Rooster should be here any time. An alarmed waiter in a tasseled uniform stumbles into the kitchen. Chef, we have a problem. A big problem. Cut the drama, Cork Mage. We're working here. What a fucking term. There's a fight on the outer deck. It's so loud even the VIP diner heard it. The chef freezes. I'm up on floor 2? You're shitting me. I'll put you up to this. He furiously slams a wad of dough onto the table. You know I hate jokes. No, Chef, I'm serious. The fight's gotten so out of hand that our VIP sent his own people to deal with it. Something about assessing the risk to himself. I don't know. He was so pissed that he threw me out of the room. Either way, it doesn't look good for us. This could damage the Shangri-La's reputation. Damn it. I need to get a handle on this. Has security been informed? He stares at the waiter. Well? Oh, yes, sir. The frazzled waiter's back stiffens in response. But we're so understaffed today that they're struggling to contain it. The chef continues to stare at the waiter. After a moment, he sighs. If we lose our jobs because of this, I'm moving to Vegas. Hello, Miss Bourne. How are you doing today? Oh, what the? I was a little bit bothered whenever I accidentally minimize my game. Also, the chat bubble is not actually allowing me to make it larger today for some reason. Hang on. Move. Over there. I have to mix it up in a separate window. It's still a little weird, you know. You built a whole desk last night just in time to make it D&D. Nice, nice, nice. Love to hear it. guard steps forward and raises his hands. Sorry, ma'am, this area is off limits. What's the problem? Security's got the area closed down to contain a situation on the docks. No gawking allowed. This is the Wuxing employee patio, reserved for Wuxing customers and their guests. General public's not admitted. He widens his stance to emphasize his authority. Why don't you head back to your table? There's ample seating in the main dining area. Yeah, I can take a hint. I was hoping to take out the Talon before having to go upstairs, but here we are. I don't want to make trouble if I don't have to make trouble, you know what I mean? Oh, I should have mucked around with the computer to see if I could service it. Oh well. Inside the private dining room, we're immediately greeted with the piercing stare of two massive dragon statues. The flickering lights are just bright enough to illuminate their bronze bodies. The effect an eerie illusion of slithering scales. Across the room stands your target, Chung Sing Rooster, low, hands trembling at his sides. A single anxious guard stands near the door. Something has them on edge. Talon is missing. Sweat drips down Rooster's gaunt face. His eyes dart back and forth across the room, trying to size you up, assess the situation. Without support, he appears nothing more than a trapped rooster who, without his talons, is defenseless. In an effort to invoke a sense of authority, he raises his voice.
Who are you? What do you want?
Good evening. Oh, Lord, you're in my walls, running in the shadows. I don't know if I would fit inside the walls. I'm a little bit three-dimensional, shall we say. It has caused issue in the past. I've come to deliver you to my client, Mr. Lowe. Don't worry, they specified that you are not to be harmed.
Joe.
No,
Joe, where is the Talon? Where's the rest of my security?
A second passes while his eyes scour the room, looking for anyone to come to his aid.
Never mind. Just get this street tramp out of here.
Did someone have to get you a saw to get you out? Well, no, but there was a bit of, got a little hairy for a moment, and I got stuck between a set of crates while I was trying to avoid getting picked up by some overzealous city guards. Somebody thought they could enforce a law that's basically never enforced in exchange for, shall we say, free services. Didn't work out for them in the end. Yes, sir, the triad says. No Talon, no backup, all alone. You must really like your boss. The enforcer glances at Rooster. Not exactly. No. He begins to slowly back toward the door. In fact, you can have him. Good boy.
No, wait, spare my life, I beg you, please.
Drops of spit spatter in his mouth, his desperation. Things could be worse, Rooster. My client could have wanted you dead. Painful. Listen, Seattle, we may have Rooster, but these stiffs are probably just a handful of his guards. We can have more he can have more downstairs. We can't leave the same way we came in. If we're gonna get out of here in one piece, we need to find a new exit route. Fast. And I'm betting this chicken knows one. So, how about it? Where's the door you used to discreetly make your way in here? Rooster's teeth are clattering inside of his head. His frame shakes uncontrollably, realization that you're in mercy, with no one left to defend him, sitting in. Mr. Lowe. Mind pointing us to the exit? Rooster stammers incoherently, but his words soon catch up with him.
It's just outside this room. To the right. But it's locked.
And you have the key, don't you? He blinks, confused, his shocked mind slowly processing your implication.
Yes, I do.
He reaches into his coat pocket and withdraws a small key. I'll take that. Anything interesting? A monolithic, extravagant aquarium dominates the restaurant's lounge. Awakened sea anemones open and close along the tank's rocky bottom, unfurling to reveal a riotous explosion of color, like a natural fireworks display. In the upper reaches of the tank, multicolored fish of all shapes and descriptions circle and swarm. Schools of tiny prawns dart in and out of the rocks as skate-like things the size of koi glow. Something like a lionfish made of bronze beats a thrilling tail, causing shafts of light to reflect and refract through the water. Some of the animals in this tank must be exceedingly rare and expensive. All right, Fishy, you're coming with me. Good thinking. Gobbet says as she eyes the largest, shiniest fish in the tank. I don't know what you are, but I do know that you've got a date with a bowl of noodles when we get you back home. It's worth more alive, Gobbet. When we sell it, I'll buy you a mackerel. We pop up in a feeding port on the top of the tank. With a deft hand, you grab a large spotted fish and pop it into a hydration bladder that you find in a dispenser on the side of it. The fish stares at you, bumping its head against its shimmering plastic. Secure in its bladder, it should live long until you find a buyer. Nice. I love finding stuff like that. And I'm happy to know that I messed something up by not having a computer. Your comlink clicks, a burst of static. Then the sound clears to reveal a soft voice. Madam, is this your channel? He's asking. My name's Pei Lon. I'm your getaway driver. We have details to discuss, but let's keep it brief. Time's ticking. Another burst of static, and Pei Lon continues. I'm at the loading dock across the bridge from the restaurant's main entrance. Big old schooner. Can't miss me. But neither will the HKPF, who I've just learned are on their way here in response to a security call. Well, shit, I'm on my way. One last thing. Can you be the driver? Because this isn't my rig. Door's locked and I don't know the code. You may have to break in. Good luck and get moving. A click and your comic fills with static. Elon is gone. Well, I'm glad that I brought my, hacker with me. A pair of triad gangsters block your path.
The men, help me.
The words start pouring out of Rooster's mouth so quickly that they blur together.
You free me, get me away from here, and I guarantee you'll be rewarded. Million, favors, power, whatever you want.
The two guards exchange a look, then turn back to Rooster smiling. Actually, they like the position we're in now. You begging at our feet. The idea that maybe once you're gone, we can move up the chain. You know, Rocco here's plenty of qualified to take on your seat. In fact, we might as well make sure you don't get out of here alive. Rooster looks up at them, irate. His fury fizzles upon spotting the thug's various and ample cutlery.
No, why I can make you rich,
Easy there. Let's not make this a scene. We go our way, you go yours. The gangster looks you over. No ink, no suits. You one of them runners? Shit, a runner? Don't let her take off with Rooster. He reaches for his weapon. Get him! I mean, this ends poorly for you all, but okay. Nice. There we go. See if I there. And then send out Crochet. Hello, Crochet. Before you looms a formidable cast iron door. It's locked, and means of escape just behind it. You notice a keypad mounted on the wall. You have no key code. A quick scan reveals a potential weak spot in the door's hinges. You have a feeling you can get through, but it's going to take a while. Suppose we'll have Gaba to sense the keypad. Sheesh, put me on the spot, why don't you? Okay. I see a 2, 4, 5, and something that feels vaguely like a 9, but I don't know their order. This might take a second. Cover me, all right? Goblin hunches over the keypad and hastily mashes its buttons, testing different combinations. Oh, okay. So we're gonna lose her for this next fight. The Talon bursts out of Shangri-La, nearly tearing its doors off from their hinges. The lines of its face are twisted with intense rage. At the sight of the Talon, you see Rooster's body relax. His voice cracks.
Talon! I'm over here. I've got weapons trained on me. Can't move. Save me and we'll get out of here. Take this incident straight to the top. They'll herald our survivor, save reward us.
The Talon homes in on the Rooster.
You little shit. Dragging me to this restaurant over and over. Begging me to eat filth or watch you stuff your goddamn face full of it. And now here you are, turned traitor in a blink.
Rooster is trembling with fear, or anger, or both. He raises a shaky finger and points it at the Talon.
You can't speak to me that way. You're beneath me. I'm still a red pole. And when the triad comes for me, I'll see you get flayed for those words. Ah!
The laugh punches the air. Talon gives Rooster a wicked smile, eyes gleaming.
You won't get shit from the 289s. In fact, if your new allies don't go gut you, the triad will. Make sure you don't go squawking to anybody about high-level plans or secrets or whatever. A fleet like you won't last the night.
Rooster's fake bravado melts away. Eyes wide, he looks desperately around him. Trapped like a mouse in a snake's coil. Enemies to each side, his voice is small, pleading.
Talon? Johnny, please help me. It wasn't all bad, right? We had some good runs, you'll remember.
Have you seen any random rodents recently?
No. Were you messing with the mice colony again?
No.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, give me just a second, honey. Panic shakes Rooster.
I had no choice, Johnny. I was forced to surrender. But if you help me and get me out of here, I can see to it that you're rewarded, even promoted. How would you like that?
Without hesitation, the Talon takes a step forward and spits on the ground.
To hell with you, you spineless bit pusher. I'll bet you didn't even put up a fight, just rolled over and played the captive. Coward. I'm going to enjoy planting a bullet in your soft, worthless skull.
He readies his weapon. Oh, that's a big shotgun. Oh, no, that's a grenade launcher. Oh, shit. And a sniper. Okay. Well, now that's a shotgun. Duly noted. Alright, so, we are going to be seawall on the other side of the map. Alright, how many marinas here? Well, that's not too many. Yeah, we can find them. First things first. I said, oh, go ahead and heal up. Then I'm going to put you over to Koshi. To deal up here. Oh, you know what? That computer in there probably would have gotten me some pay data. Oh well. The boat sways languidly atop the water. Insulated walls stifle outside noise, as if the chaos just beyond the door belonged to another world. Its interior is cramped, made smaller by maritime equipment protruding from the walls. The scent of the sea and moldering wood dominates your senses, ripened from years of perfunctory cleaning. Finally, a safe place to rest. Rooster flinches at your approach. When he speaks, he tries to sound confident, but his voice cracks.
The 289s are going to jam you up for this.
I doubt it. With you on the way out, someone's probably nabbed your job by now.
Worst you'll get is dead. Worst we'll get is a finger waggle. But so long as that hand is also holding our Nuyen, we're in a good position. Can you say the same?
Factor says, flashing Rooster a smile. Things are not looking good for you, Mr. Lowe. Best you stop that running that mouth of yours. Heoi, the boat heaves and pitches over the bay as your driver plows through the choppy waters to the drop-off point, leaving the Shangri-La restaurant far behind. Inside, restlessness fills the cabin. You finished the job. The extraction was a success, and now your client awaits his prize, the Triad Red Pole Rooster. It wasn't easy. It should have been. It would have been, if that damned Talon hadn't mangled your plans with his visceral determination. But even a streets-forged orc like the Talon could be stricken down. With the Talon dead, your escape from the restaurant to the getaway boat was made smoother. Well, as smooth as wading through a small army of triads and skirting the HKPF dragnet could be. Luckily, Rooster got through the pursuit unharmed, and with the Talon now permanently out of commission, you might earn a few extra Nuyen from your client. All in all, a good run. That gave us, what, 8 million? Or 8 karma in total? That's the one we already had stocked. Yes, absolutely. Let's go ahead and get some rest. concerned that our babysitter friend hasn't shown up recently. We went to the trawler to find the crew gathered together waiting for it. Isabel has her head buried in her PDA. The rest of them stand watching her, trying to be patient. Did someone call a crew meeting? Oh, no. What's going on? Isabel paces back and forth, up and back, trying to decide how to begin. I've been doing my homework on Josephine Sang Mechanical Services. You're pacing, so that tells me you found something. Oh, yeah. Found something, all right. Isabel lifts her PDA to her face and consults her. In 2011, Sang Mechanical Services was a D-level corp floundering in the shallow end of corporate pool. That's when Josephine Shui married. Josephine looked big. She conceived a massive plot that would catapult TMS into the big time. Something she called the Prosperity Project.
Prosperity. That's what Raymond was mumbling.
What is the Prosperity? Once upon a time in the 1900s, the walled city was a densely populated slum. Something like 30,000 people crammed into 6.5 acres.
Wait, I've heard this story before. It's a shithole, hell on earth, yada yada yada.
That's today's walled city. The second walled city. The first walled city started life over 100 years ago and lasted through both world wars and almost through to the Awakening. It was torn down in 1994 when the government had finally had enough. It had become such a haven for criminals that the cops would only enter it in large, well-armed groups. That sounds familiar. In 2021, Josephine Sang proposed a vision for a new type of low-income housing project. Prosperity Project. Self-contained, low-cost walking neighbourhood for the poor, on a grand scale. Prosperity Project would give Hong Kong's poor and the flood of refugees pouring into the country a place that they could call our own. Something that felt more permanent, sprawling tent city that spontaneously sprang up after the first walled city was demolished. Prosperity Project would replace the tent city and would be symbolically built on the site of the old walled city. The slogan was, "A place of dignity, where prosperity begins." The apartments weren't much bigger than the space you get in your average coffin motel. They were built around plazas and marketplaces that contained goods and services catering. The government forgot the lessons of the last walled city. They loved the idea of containing the refugees and the poor only a few densely populated blocks. They kept them out of the public eye. Securing the contract catapulted Sang Mechanical Services fortunes ahead. Eventually put Josephine Sang onto the executive council. Hello, Dragon. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Well, that doesn't line up. How did she get so powerful by building a slum? It's a very big slum. Apparently, that was also the beginning of a series of lucrative building contracts that propelled TMS into the big time.
There's Raymond coming to all this.
So much better than when you woke up at 5 a.m. Oofa doofa. I wasn't too terribly far behind you, but that was me making myself suffer because I needed to finish off a project that got posted today. For some of the upper tier patrons, we've been working on an audiobook version of the upcoming omnibus of my first 5 books. And this was episode 2, which was part 1, chapter 1. Raymond Black doesn't come into it at all. But Edward Sang does. Josephine's husband or son? Son. Raymond Black was actually Edward Sang, the only son of Josephine Sang and her late husband Breakwater Sang. Edward was in charge of laying the groundwork for the city, excavation and utilities, running in power lines, sewage, that kind of thing. You woke up because you had a headache so bad you needed both Tylenol and Advil to kill it. Knees and ankles were aching because you weren't wearing socks. Oof. Oh no. Like, if I get to the point where I actually need painkillers, that's a major thing. Because I have been through some stuff, so I imagine you're kind of in the same sort of scenario if you needed both Tylenol and Advil to kill it. So, our secret foster grandmother is trying to kill us. It looks that way, yeah. Factor chuckles softly to himself.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Remember that massive gray water leak that flooded the basement back in 48?
When we got back from that camping trip in the Salish, Ray screamed bloody murder about it. Who nods, smiling. Ah, you live in a Chinook area and you're sensitive to pressure changes. I hear that. Like, I don't get headaches from pressure changes, but I definitely notice them. I'm more sensitive to temperature changes in my because of my joints. You know, decades of physical labor and dance and all that sort of stuff will really, really fuck up your joints. As much as I try to keep healthy, that's a big part of why I exercise pretty much every day that I can. Ah, it's also one of your migraine triggers. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, no, like, I'm not trying to get skinny or anything like that. I just need my muscles to be able to support my limbs, you know? Blue nods, smiling.
I'd never seen him so angry.
He sobers.
But did Raymond know how to fix it? No. Ray didn't know the first thing about sewer line. He hired a small army of plumbers, probably paid him double what the job was worth. And it still took almost 2 months to get the leak under the control.
Not much of a utility expert, huh?
So, if this man was not in charge of the utilities, what was he doing down there?
I don't know. Edward Sang disappeared from the public eye shortly after Prosperity was completed, around 2031. You've also had to resort to alternative methods to work out the tension in your skull so you could stand and get the painkillers. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. Also, your deeper voice, you were convinced there was someone else on stream for a sec. Fair enough. I love voicing Reactor. It's one of my favorite voices to do.
It's about the time he moved to Seattle. Around 7 years before he found us.
But it happened in the... Oh, no. I do need to hydrate a little bit more, though. His Gobbit's voice is rough. But it happened... No, hang on. But what happened in the Wild City?
And what would make Raymond want to go back in there now, after all these years?
No, I still don't have Duncan's voice quite correct, but yeah. I've been doing a lot of voice work lately, and it's kind of thrown me for a loop in this. I don't know, but I intend to find out. Ooh, we got 4 more karma. Neat. The workstation and mission computer. The cool blue tones of the workstation's main menu for the screen. You have 3 unread messages. Urgent problem. From Bao Tianjun. We have a problem to Oh god, okay. What was Strangler Bao's voice? I put it way down there.
We have an urgent problem to solve. We have a problem to solve. It is urgent. Meet me at the Mahjong parlor. Kindly as orders. Strangler Bao.
Out of town.
I'm not in Heoi right now, so don't bother coming to see me. We'll talk when I return. Please continue with our business ventures in the meantime.
Teacher.
I hope you're enjoying your newfound success in the shadows. I've got another job for you, one that should prove very lucrative indeed. I've been contacted by the employee of the Eastern Tiger Corporation. He needs to steal, well, he needs you to steal some research data and biological samples from his employer. The man's name is Tygeth Wright. Until recently, he was a researcher on a genetic engineering project. He was cagey with the details, but I gather that it's centered around some phenotypical function, postnatal genetic enhancement. Unfortunately for Wright, he's got a conscience. Stupid. Luckily for us, he's willing to pay to have his conscience assuaged. Wright's project was apparently quite horrible. Experiments on living children, total disregard for biomedical ethics of safety, and when Wright raised concerns, he was taken off the project. He's decided to step outside the bounds of the law and expose their wrongdoing to the world. The snag, you see, is that his wife and child live in Seoul. Not quite the heart of Eastern Tigers, but close enough. He's afraid that if he releases the information himself, he'll be taken prisoner and used as leverage. The idiot should have thought of that before, but that's not our problem. Samples and data are currently on an Eastern Tiger cargo ship, the MV Naoshi, sailing near Hong Kong, on her way to Seoul. Storms slowed the ship down, so you won't have to go in right away, but don't take too long. Once you have the data and samples, you're to call Wright. I've attached his number. He'll give you instructions on how he wants the information leaked. When you're ready, let me know. I'll arrange transit to Captain Jomo, or with, I should say. He's a local Loha-Joa pirate and smuggler, but don't let that put you off. He's as good as they get, and you'll have you on that ship without incident. Alright, we're going to take the rent. I've let Captain Jomo know you're ready. You can find him down at the end of the pier in my parlor. He'll handle everything from there on out. Okay, we're going to go ahead and name payment. The client is pleased with how you handled the situation. Rooster Lowe has been very contrite and forthcoming, due in no small part to the violence with which you handled the opposition. You've even earned a little extra for taking out the Talon. Your payment is attached. Right, let's take a look at the Shadowrun. Good, Typhoon installed offshore. Update on Typhoon Usagi. Infrared images of the storm Ida Wallward transition are really quite stunning, by the way. White prism. Oh goodness gracious, hang on. Typhoon Usagi has stalled in the South China Sea and is now weakening. After passing north of the Philippines, strong wind and periodic heavy rains will continue as Usagi's arms sweep across the region. For the moment, Usagi is resisting the wind, which is causing it to lose strength. Prevailing winds will probably ultimately drive Usagi ashore west of Macau as it struggles to remain over water. According to Dr. Lance Inroki of the Imperial Japanese Meteorological Agency, even the most awakened storms have difficulty delaying their landfall for more than a week, once they are in the South China Sea. Usagi will still be a full-strength typhoon when it makes landfall, but its delay fortunately gives people in the storm path more time to prepare. Look, babe, I just made this cartoonified typhoon for you. It's got a little purse and sparkles and bubble tea and 8 arms with assorted weapons and a necklace of skulls and everything. And Anita, you're the best. White prism. The J-pop theme on the ammunition belts really takes it over the top, Amy. You are a special person. Tungsten. Song Mechanical Services, a rising star. Has anyone else been keeping track of the Executive Council elections? It's almost time for the latest round, and the competition is heating up. Up until this point, Tantian CEO Saokoku Chu looked like the best pick to replace Josephine Song of Song Mechanical Services. Despite Wuxing CEO Kent Zhaoling's rivalry with Chu, he had the support of both Yang Lin-Fat of Shibata and Adrian Chung of Hildebrandt Kleinfort Bernal, the Crown Accountant. Now, though, I'm not so sure. Josephine Song seems pretty confident that she'll remain on the council. From what I've heard, she's cut a deal with Ares Asia, Monobe, and Eastern Tiger to stay out. I accidentally punched my desk. Stay out of their way. In exchange, they led her own Southeast Asia's large-scale construction projects. A cozy relationship like that could turn the tides against Tantian.
your Chrome account. Your screen flickers as a trade clip begins playing. Josephine Song stands at a podium, addressing a crowd of reporters in front of a partially constructed skyscraper. With the finalization permits approved from Pak Tai Workers Complex here in Dongguan, I promise you that the prosperity of this city can only increase. This marks an auspicious day. Thousands of new jobs in construction, tens of thousands more when your project is complete. The project is complete, and low-cost housing for every worker. Some have said Sung Mechanical Services does not have the will to compete in a global market. But we are only a force to be reckoned with in Hong Kong, Africa, and South America. I say that our good fortune is your good fortune. Sung pounds the podium with a closed fist, nodding for emphasis. Sung Mechanical Services is more than a local company. Our star is rising and shows no sign of slowing. I ask the residents of Dongguan, who among you does not wish for a better life, a healthier, happier life, wealthier, one where your company is also your family and can protect you from the uncertainty of these trying times? We will give you that life. We will give you that protection and certainty. What a load of utter crap. Blue ship. It may be crap, but the people in Dongguan ate it up. The idea of signing with a local company that isn't Baihu, believe me, they count Tantian and Wuxing as foreign, was too much of a draw for them to pass on. I'm thinking that, absent catastrophe, Josephine Sung will be on the executive council in the next few days. Armed accountant. Why do they count Wuxing as foreign? Tantian, sure. They're headquartered in Beijing. Wuxing is just as native to Hong Kong as Tsang is. Hill. Wuxing and the Canton Confederation have been at odds since 2015. Wuxing's made a habit of exploiting the people of Guangdong and using loopholes to shield themselves from taxation. What's more, Wuxing was the primary mover in founding the Free Enterprise Zone, permanently stopping the Confederation's designs on Hong Kong. Rome accountant. Song took a different tactic. Josephine Song started out by promising the Canton Confederation a very lucrative taxation agreement in exchange for a low-cost, long-term lease for their facilities in Guan. He sweetened the deal by treating them like family, rather than adversaries. She's got them eating out of her hand. The crumbed account. Red. Punk metal hardcore. Got a collection of over 10,000 albums of punk, hardcore, hardcore light, thrash metal, heavy metal, light metal, death metal, metal nouveau, sino-punk, synth punk, cyber thrash, synthcore, Hong Kong ska, and triple umlaut bands like umlaut. Oh wow, I don't even know how to pronounce all of those. Rock collector. If there's an album you've been searching for, I might just have it. In return, I'm in search of any weird, obscure bands to add for my library. Let me know. Rock collector. Got any cybercore synth metal? As for what might interest you, I own the complete oeuvre of this German punk band, Messerkampf. Heard of them? Hochsterama. Messerkampf? They're so mainstream. They're really big in the JIS. Beta Town. Really? Do they tour? Nah, man, I don't think so. Those Berlin anarchist bands never survived very long. Besides, I think they broke up a really long time ago. They're probably aging wage slaves now, and no idea that they're popular on the other side of the planet. That was the band of one of our characters from last game. Fred, looking for a decker. Looking for an experienced decker for a discreet milk run, being a very special access card off of a wage slave. Potential for long-term arrangement. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and a long list of happy clients. Requirements: you must not take experimental stims during runs. You must not tamper with chemicals in secret labs. You must have a good sense of humor. Give me some million 888. Knock knock, an extremist. Give me some million trip 8. You said a good sense of humor. It's a joke, see? At this point, we're actually more interested in hiring an experienced professional with mature adults' impulse control. We've had some bad luck with our dates lately. The last one had 2 left feet and couldn't seem to stop stumbling into containers full of volatile substances. Cora runs with scissors 2056, although by looking at her name, I guess we should have known. Let's go. So, basically, you guys are desperate for it. Has anyone else contacted you? We can wait a little. Meet me. You guys are starting to get a bad rap, you know? Jinxed. Red, we're sunk. All of us. Swim. As some of you know, I have a keen interest in urban planning, geophysics, and anything involving artificial and inevitable destruction. Appended is a recent survey of rising sea level in Hong Kong. It expresses the issue well in lay terms. Freedom Cowboy, you complained my post titles are a bit sterile. How's this one? White Prism. Article Mirror, The Sinking of Hong Kong. From HK Newswire, Hong Kong's watery future. The images and external links are redacted. The Joint Corporate Development Bureau has released a report on sea level rise in Hong Kong over the next 50 years. Since the year 2000, Hong Kong experienced 9 to 13 meters of water level rise, varying by location. Geologists cite the combination of Antarctic ice melting, the natural sinking of Hong Kong's artificial filled shorelines, and forced subsidence caused by massive urban construction. Geologists predict the continued rise in water levels over the next 50 years, with slowing land subsidence being offset by the accelerating collapse of the Antarctic ice sheet. This is starting to feel a little bit too real if you ask me, but here we are. Quoting from government geologist Al Mingxia, up to 15 meters of subsidence expected over the next half-century. A large fraction of current Hong Kong will become submarine. Due to our population and small land base, abandonment of flooded land is no longer practical. Rigorous amphibious retrofitting in the city will be continued. By 2100, the current coastal buildings will mostly rise from canal environment. Engineering studies indicate that major improvements will be necessary on the coastal seawalls and on Victoria Harbour's Shirang Wall, officially the anti-typhoon automated harbour defense jetty. Coastal protections will need to be raised by 0.5 meter per year to counteract the total effect of rising sea levels and the worsening severity of super typhoons. The Development Bureau estimates this may cost 250 billion new yen in the next 5 decades. Climatic models suggest that by 2100, the storm surges impinging on Hong Kong's shores may exceed 3 meters in height, and wind-driven waves during severe storms may reach 15 meters. End of article. White Prism. So we're going to be running jobs from gondolas in 50 years. That's the message? Give me some Union Trip 8. When one does some simple financial modeling and extrapolates the worsening severity and frequency of super typhoons, along with the geological outlook, the actual message that it may be necessary to abandon Hong Kong. White Prism. WP, I take it back. Keep your sterile titles. What's so endearing about you is that you talk about the grimmest things like an accountant. Freedom Cowboy. Double entry accrual accounting is an amazing system. If more operators took an interest in it, they would have so much better long-term financial security, as well as be better able to interpret and manipulate materials encountered during White Prism. It's pretty ironic your handle shortens to WP, normally associated with white phosphorus. Hatch. Actually, Hatch, it's not. It's really not. Freedom Cowboy. White phosphorus is exceptionally useful, not merely because of its hypergolic ignition and the fact that once burning it is chemically immune to water quenching, but also because of its high adhesion and biotoxicity. I don't take pleasure in these qualities, but I appreciate them. White Prism. That is one dangerous runner. We pay data. No, we do not. We may read. Sales. Okay, cool. Hey, madam. I was able to cut out the proprietary bits of the files we recovered a few new. There was a lot of junk data and none of the buyers wanted. We decided to archive the leftover paperwork, requisition orders, etc. Nothing special. It would help to keep it on hand. Let's go ahead and take a nap. The stabbing pain in your stomach jolts you awake. Your entire abdomen is cramping up. You roll in your cot, feeling the shooting pains that radiate from your stomach. Your mouth is bone dry and your tongue is swollen. It feels thick and inarticulate, like a useless slab of meat. A quick glance at your PDA tells you that it's 4 a.m. Outside of your cabin, most of Heoi sleeps. All that you remember of the dream, the horrible, fulfilled yearning. You need to get where you're going first. Others were behind. You could feel the heat of their breath on you. You were able to beat them to destination, slam the door in their faces, keep them out and away from what was yours. If they overtook you, you would feel that terrible longing forever. As you grasp at your last fleeting memories of the dream, a wave of exhaustion washes over you. It feels like you've been drugged. You collapse back into your cot, into a black, dreamless sleep. When you open your eyes again, the sun filters in under your door. It's morning. It's all that you accept from that. It's the right choice, you'll see. Any thoughts about that last run?
Nope, sorry. Tracking into the octopus is how I relax after a long day of work. Some people go to sports bars or strip. I do this. I don't spoil my leisure time at Shop Talk.
Right, that's the way you feel.
It is. So if you don't mind changing the subject.
Right, I gotta go, Isabel.
Drop by any time.
Sorry for the briefing. I really need some water, and then I started to have a coughing fit. As you enter Gobbet's cabin, two things grab your attention. The first is Gobbet herself. She looks exhausted, weary-eyed. The easy smile that you've come to associate with her is nowhere to be seen. The second is what she's doing. Gobbet appears to be in the middle of a valiant attempt to stuff a whole roasted duck into a saucepan size. The bird's rubbery neck flops from side to side with every heave of her. She looks up from the saucepan, blinking. The corner of her mouth twitches upwards, but the half-smile falls away immediately. Oh, hey, Seattle. You caught me at a bad time. I was just making dinner. I've been watching the struggle. Looks like the duck is winning. Huh? She blinks down at the duck and her mouth dips into a frown. Oh, it isn't winning. It's just being stubborn. I'll make it fit, don't you worry. She gives the bird another heave. Something gives way with an audible crunch. This would be easier with a bigger pot. I have to wash it first, though. She glances down at the pile of dirty clothes and associated detritus on the floor of her cabin, frowning. And to do that, I'd have to find it. Anyway, you want something? I'm up to my elbows in mallard. You feeling okay? You don't look well. She rubs the bridge of her nose with a pair of greasy fingers, leaving smudges of duck fat. It's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I felt, I don't know, preoccupied with the sinking ship. I don't really do the whole haunted by the demons of my past thing. I mean, that's fine for some people, but I'm allergic to drama. Generally, when thoughts of the past get me down, I remind myself that it doesn't matter, laugh it off, and go have a snack. But this, I don't know, it's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I haven't been able to get the sinking ship out of my mind. She looks down at the pot full of mangled duck on the counter, closes her eyes. I guess I'm just worried about Pat and Mal. Which is weird, because why would I be? I mean, I haven't even spoken to them in years. Hell, if anything, they should be worried about me. I'm the one who gets shot for a living. maybe we should go check it out? The sinking ship isn't far, is it? No, I don't want to do that. At least not without a good reason. It'd be awkward, and I'm sure that it's nothing anyway. Actually, check that. I know what this is. It's my own personal version of the same thing we're all feeling. The psychic sewage that's being dredged up in all of us by whatever's happening in the walled city. I'm sure that you've had some flashes of memory from the Barrens in your bad dreams, right? Images from your past come back to haunt you. But you aren't going to drop everything and go running back there, because that would be dumb. So tell me, why should I? Because the sinking ship is like 15 minutes from here? It couldn't hurt to check. Look.
Mom, have you seen Mr. Grumbles?
No, sweetie, I haven't. Where'd you lose track of her?
Can you help me find her?
Sure thing. Give me just a minute. Alright, folks. Well, it's about time for a commercial break anyway, so we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break right now. I'll run the commercial. Everyone can stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments, and all that good stuff. We'll be back, and I'll see you all outside of the fire. Alright, well, I know we were going to start laundry later, but we haven't done it yet, so she's probably somewhere else warm. Look, I don't want to go back there if I don't have to. If thinking about the place is enough to mess with me like this, I don't want to know what being there will do. But I'll tell you what, I'll drop Malvina a line just to check in. Make sure that this is a me problem and not a them problem. And if there is something going on, I promise you'll be the first to know. Alright, Gobbit. That's the way you want to play it. Welcome back, everybody. You know, I hydrated while I was away, but I didn't hydrate. I must have gotten into some dust or something or going on stream. Just been messed up. It is. Now, was there something else you wanted, or can I get back to my duck? Any thoughts about that last run? I've never had a chance to go to Shangri-La before. Maybe it's for a little street rat like me. And you know what? I'm kind of okay with it. All those stuffed shirts and fancy food are nice, but give me a cheap corner stall any day. I did pocket some of the silverware, though, and a teapot. The talon was a real piece of work, too. Glad to see that guy put in the ground. Made my skin crawl, like he was the kind of guy who'd torture animals for fun. Even the 289 seemed a little scared of him. I doubt anyone's gonna shed tears over him for too long. Anything else you want to chat about? Thanks, Gobbit. Yeah, sure. In Seattle. Everything will be fine. You'll see. If there is anything fishy going on in the sinking ship, you and Iz will be the first to know. I promise. You find Wu sitting on his bed and staring at the floor when you come to his cabin. He rubs his head up and back, occasionally stopping to softly bounce his palm against his forehead. He notices you, he closes his eyes and shakes his head.
Not the mood to talk right now. I gotta wrap my brain around this Edward song thing.
Not finding out who we thought it was. Well, let's talk about something else then.
Not right now. I don't want to talk about our last run in World C or triads or anything else. I just gotta think. Work through this.
Wu clenches his jaw.
16 years. We lived with him 16 years, and we never knew the man. 16 motherfucking years.
He drops his gaze to the floor. Valid. The world's coming down around him. Yeah.
Please, my friend, not now. We really must be ready ourselves for the run on Ares Asia Holdings. I cannot, will not rest until my research has been recovered. I'm afraid that you will find me a poor conversationalist until my goals have been achieved.
Fair enough, Factor. Fair enough. You know what it is? I didn't do a vocal warm-up before I started streaming today. I completely forgot. In the darkness of the cabin, Gaichu hunched over a pile of keepsakes. He's unpacked most of his box, and the contents are lying strewn about the floor in a disorganized mess. The ghoul gingerly picks through them, turning each one over in his fingers as he shapes. He addresses you without...
Please mind your step, madam. Here I have made a mess, and many of my possessions are quite delicate. Would be rather upset, simply crushing it.
After a moment, he places the one he holds, a small ceramic statuette of Daruma, one side, lifting his face. He touches his brow and salute.
Apologize for the mess.
I actually have a Daruma over my left-hand shoulder. Well, we'll see if I get to fill in its second eye. I'll try not to step on anything.
Well, that, I think.
Gaichu gingerly begins collecting his things.
I am simply thinking about the chain of events that brought me to Hong Kong. I've been considering our talk about my former unit, about what my plans are, with regard to their incessant hunt and exposure. I begin to think that I, too, not only to the hunt, to our dance around the core issue. One of us must die, the other might live. It is, we are locked in stasis.
I don't think this is the voice I gave Gaichu last time, but his voice has been kind of floating around anyway. How do you plan to accomplish that?
That is the question. I've bent my mind to answering it since we last spoke. It's not an easy answer. My initial thought was to strike at a secure Rinraku holding, something valuable enough to draw the attention of the Red Samurai, and ensure Rinraku rule over me. It turns out that was not necessary. I began searching the Shadowland BBS for any jobs against Rinraku holdings here in Hong Kong.
Gaichu taps his braille reader on Intel.
It is surprisingly matrix when you can read postings. Slower than directed, but certainly. I also began to offer a reward for information on Red Samurai teams known to be in the city. A modest, nothing that would attach too much attention. Keep people interested.
Gaichu grins thinly, feeling his chin in one hand.
Is spore fruit. Red Samurai team arrived in a short time. Smaller than normal.
Sounds like it could be them.
It is definitely. My contact described Ishida and Takagawa perfect, as well as a new heavy gunner, most likely from another disgraced squad. What's more, he described a woman who looked exactly like Sasaki, the scar here on her forehead.
Gaichu draws a finger down across the brow, over his right eye,
Precisely where I cut her.
How are you going to draw them out?
Simply put, I intend to lure the team into responding to an action they believe to be perpetrated in ordinary general, and ambush them. Then I will kill them. All of them. Once that is done, I can be free. I found a job I'm certain will draw a Red Samurai response. Raku is moving a prototype drone on the way to research facility in Sheela. It is of a new design, implementing machine learning and pseudo-intelligence.
Gaichu stands, smiling around.
Something that advanced would certainly be Red Samurai, should someone attempt to steal it.
What if another team responds?
That would be impossible. Red Samurai are stationed at research facilities, black laboratories, and other high-security areas. Rinraku has no such facilities in Hong Kong at the moment. Most of their holdings of that type are in Taiwan. My former unit will be the only one close enough to respond to them. Lee Johnson for this round is a Rinraku scientist escorting a drone. He wishes to leave Rinraku from their employ, but is unwilling to risk any reprisal if he escape on his own. But it's simply he wishes to make it look like he was killed during a robbery. Hence why he wishes the experimental drone stolen. If there is no body, there will be no investigation into his whereabouts.
So we can kill two birds with one stone? Gaichu inclines his head.
Precisely. I can rid myself of my pursuers, and he can be free of their yoke. While I owe this man no loyalty, I think I understand his sentiment. Besides, we will be receiving payment for it.
Let me ask you some questions about the run before I agree to any.
Very well.
Gaichu leans back on his heels, lifting his chin.
What would you like to know?
How do you know it's not a trap?
A fair question, but one with a simple answer. Red Samurai are very risk-averse. Part of our training is to always put our lives on the line in defense of them. Risking their drone in their quest for vengeance would be...
Gaichu gestures at a stack of chips laying nearby.
I did my own. Shipping schedules line up perfectly to place the drone in Hong Kong, and Red Samurai would not have the authority to unless ordered by their superiors. As I am the unit's private shame, this would not become a larger corporate. No profit for the company, only for the unit.
How do you know the drone would raid a Red Samurai response?
Before I was infected, we escorted and guarded similar projects in the drone division. While I am unsure whether this one belongs to precisely the same research team, they are close enough to make Red Samurai involvement a certainty, in my opinion. Drone research is one of Rinraku's main advantages over larger mechanisms. Ares controls military hub, Cedar Krupp is their heavy industry, Rinraku is the foremost drone development in the world. No one ever even comes close. Rinraku will deploy Red Samurai to protect the advantage. Rely on it.
Are you certain you can take them all on yourself? Gaichu shifts, running a hand over his bald head. He looks away, embarrassed.
Well, I was hoping you would help me. You and the rest of the team. I may be able to kill them all myself. It is possible. As I said before, I intend to give myself every possible to you, Wu, Robert, and the rest of the team. More guns mean a higher chance of victory. That is the proper way to track.
All right, I know enough.
Good.
Gaichu shifts uneasily. He seems to be sniffing the air in anticipation.
What, may I ask, is your decision?
Sounds good to me. When do we leave?
As soon as you are ready. I'll message Mr. Johnson. Prepare to fake his murder, and to be ready for our arrival. I suggest you prepare as well. Red Samurai are excellent. Lightly.
Alrighty, so that gives us a whole bunch of side missions to complete. Okay, so Poison Fog is upgraded to Acidic Fog, doing AP damage to those affected as well as HP. Or Shrine Spirits. Spirits summoned by God are now present for an additional turn before dispelling themselves for a total. I think we're going to go with Spiritualist. Because as nice as Territoriality is, it being an AoE attack means that our friends could be damaged by it as well. I suppose a mini launcher is now packed with napalm charges and can lightning damage targets. Targets on fire will take an additional 6 HP damage. It's the Dual Team Boost program, which increases persona speed while sneaking the matrix by 40%. Does not stack with that. We're gonna go with Sabotage in this case. Duncan standard equipment now includes a lethal shrapnel-filled grenade. Strips 1 armor. Duncan standard equipment now includes a new flashbang with a larger aim. It's by 1 talent all direct. Yeah, armor stripping is way more important. Gaichu gains katana ability, plus 100 damage, but can only attack stunned targets. Interesting. Gaichu takes a bite out of his foes, restoring 8 HP over 2 rounds and gaining 1 strength through the consumption of their flesh. Plus 2 HP damage, plus 1 EP damage. Yes, please. Oh, okay. The Raptor's Toolkit Overclock ability now gives the targeted drone plus 2 AP and plus 2 movement. The repair is reduced from 5 rounds to 3 rounds. No, we gotta go with all of the extra AP though. Nice. Alright. Real quick, let's go check in. People. See if any of the local stories has. scent buffets your senses. The scent of pure, unadulterated book. Woody, musky, dusty. The light herbal incense from the floor seems like an afterthought in the way you smell. Looking around, you see that the shopkeeper has abandoned her earlier feeble attempts at organizing the texts. Several of the towers of books are now piled or reduced to piles on the ground. A piece of paper caught somehow in the ceiling raft whistles gently above you. Crafty, are you in? You hear a shuffling of papers. An arm rolls out from under a pile of blankets and books, and Crafty raises her head. A notebook spread on top. The book topples to the floor. Oh, hey. Her voice cracked. Crafty clears her throat with a cough and stumbles out. Her voice is clear when she speaks again. Sorry about the mess. I was up all night reading. Or rather, up every night reading. She stretches. You look dog-tired. Are you feeling all right? Crafty lets out a single sharp laugh. I've been better, if that's what you mean. Going through these notebooks has been hard. Not just because of the sheer amount of information. It's been a nostalgic ride, too. These journals are kicking your ass. You can always stop. Your health comes first. No way. I've dug myself too deep in to back out now. And I don't say that as a bad thing. I've made progress. Proud of that. She leans on a book-covered chair. The sooner I figure out these dreams, the sooner I can rest. And trust me now, I'll make up for it in spades. And now. If that's your plan, remember to pace yourself. You won't get anything done if you're sick. You make a good point. I appreciate the advice, but don't worry. It's not a total slog. These journals are just as exciting as they are. So, what's the latest then? The latest? She walks over to a glass table and starts tossing books off. As she digs through them, you realize the table is not actually a table, but a glass display case full of dried medicinal ingredients. Crafty withdraws a notebook from the pile, its binding unraveling, pages holding on for dear life. Here we go. This one's loaded. With what? Got a couple of big files. Mom's notes are a mess, so I boiled them down for the most important information. An exorcism and the Yama Kings. Where do you want to start? Alright, we'll start with the exorcism. She flips through the notebook and after locating the right page, lays the book on the counter. Her index finger glides across the notes as she summarizes its content. On one of Mom's trips to the walled city, she decided to check out a archway, an old crumbling relic that guides residents believe to be haunted. Mom wasn't sure about the hauntings. Entering the area, she immediately felt a place of concentrated chi. I know someone who's mentioned that same arch. She's from the walled city. Crafty looks up from the notebook. I believe that. It's a fairly prominent landmark. Seems to me like most people from the city would at least have heard of it, if not seen it. What did she say? I can boil it down to creepy. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. At least from what my mother wrote. It's seriously bad. Go on. Chi wasn't like your standard for vanilla energy. Even for the wild city, this chi was exceptionally dark. And it all seems to gravitate toward the arch. So she did what any kook with a magic brand of her magic brand would derive, the Taoist exorcism. How did that go? It went to hell. The exorcism failed and something happened to her. She broke. Crafty takes a deep breath through her neck. My mother had entered the city strong, confident, and capable. When she left that day, it's hard to explain. It's as if the experience left her vulnerable to those base horrors within the city. We grew paranoid and became frail of mind and body. A mere shadow of herself. It's as if she'd witnessed something that changed her. She became more obsessed than ever. And that's how I remember her now. As that broken woman. I'm not sure how this fits in with our
But that's sort of what's coursing through the walled city. It's no wonder the people who live there experience such terrible dreams.
I'd like to know more about the Young Kings, please. Crafty turns to a page marked sticky note. Looks up at Tell me, how much do you know about the Young Kings? Only what I've heard here and there. Personally, I've only ever heard about the Yama Kings in fables and myths. Things to scare children to sleep, to inspire awe. As you can guess, intimate knowledge about imaginary beings is largely non-existent. Here, he taps them. We found the demons of the walled city. Through my mother's excursions into the slum, she came to learn that its residents had their own unique Yama Kings, different from traditional ones. The people there are segregated from the rest of Hong Kong. Over time, they came to believe that their home was possessed by local demons. Makes sense, considering the place's penchant for crime and disaster. Interesting. What were they like?
There were three that Mom knew of: Lam Vai, Umang, and Tianya. Each Yama King is associated with energy which they feed. Lam Vai feeds on cowards, Umang from the guilty, Tianya, slaves. Unfortunately, my mother's handwriting fine with insanity.
She rubs her forehead in frustration.
She has a lot of details in here about these local Yama Kings, but only make out bits and parts. There's a list, somewhere, something here.
Her mouth twists sideways, eyes squint, straining to read words.
Rules? Maybe laws of some sort. The thing that stood out to me is here.
She plops a finger onto it.
It's about the propriety surrounding ownership in deals, exchanges, negotiations. Luncheons? No, that last part can't be right. Anyway, it says the Yama Kings, under rules or laws, must adhere to the terms of a deal. And there's something else, but...
She sighs and flips the paper.
Nope, sorry. Can't read anything past it. You know, it's strange to me that I found these mystical beings significant mention in her documents. It makes me wonder if she thought they were real, or connected to the curse that she believed.
A thump, and Crafty closes the notebook. She casually tosses it back onto the display case.
It's not the best lead, but I think that it's a step in the right direction.
This austere, refined-looking elf is browsing the shop's collection of cosmetics, herbs, and crystals. Noting your approach, he turns to face you.
Good evening, my friend. I hope it's been a pleasant one.
It's pretty good so far. You? The elf cocks his head, considering the question.
I have definitely had worse nights, without a doubt. As I suspect have many who live here in Heoi. One need only look to the walled city to see how far into misery and squalor one can fall. My name is Algernon Halftree. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I love Algernon. He's so fun. I have completely forgotten if this was the voice I gave him in the last game. It's the voice he has now. Algernon does not extend his hand, but he does incline his head politely. Not quite a bow, but almost. You've got some interesting eyes, Algernon.
Do I? I never really thought about them, to tell you the truth. They allow me to see, and there are relationship ends. Surely there must be many people. Interesting eye. Cybersurgery is so common these days as to be almost routine.
Yours don't look like cyber eyes, though.
Of course they don't. They are my natural eyes. A bit peculiar, I suppose, but no more so than dogs with a paralyzing howl, telepathic cats, or the occasional vampire. The modern world is full of unusual sights.
You don't sound like a local.
No, I am not, I admit. Though I have been to Hong Kong many past. I was acquainted with Meow's mother, Eleanor.
Algernon spares a moment to survey the shop.
I must say, it's been kept in wonderful condition, if not improved somewhat.
I can't quite place your accent.
I've been traveling my entire life and rarely stay in one locale for too long. I would consider nowhere and everywhere my home. When you speak as many languages as I do, it's inevitable that they begin to bleed together. Though I've always had a particular fondness for Cantonese. It has a lyrical quality few other languages can match.
So, you've been in the Walled City?
No.
There's a leaden finality to Algernon's tone. He pauses for a moment before elaborating.
I've looked around outside and spoken to some residents who trade at the edge, but I have not entered it. The misery and hopelessness of those within it is overwhelming. I would prefer not to venture too near such a veil of negativity. A well, even. But those emotions have colored and warped astral space in a unique fashion, one that I felt worth studying, albeit from afar. Such a waste of human potential.
He shakes his head sadly.
To think of all the ways the world and fate could have failed those people.
Are you a mage or a shaman?
Makes you think I am either of those. Perhaps I am simply an inquisitive soul.
Algernon smiles and gestures towards the racks of the groceries on the...
Of course. A merely inquisitive soul would not be interested in purchasing any of this. Perhaps I am both, or neither. The nature of magic is fluid, especially in these tumultuous times. So soon after dragons have woken. Too many people try to draw binary divisions between methods of thaumaturgy. At the heart of things, there is will, there is power, there is change.
I'll see you later, Algernon.
Safe travels, my friend.
If I recall correctly, Algernon is one of these surviving elves from at least the Fourth World, if not older. So he survived through what we would consider in modern times the Fifth World, and into the Sixth World, which is how Shadowrun finds itself now. Look who's back. Why don't you go egg a car or something and leave us alone? I for one enjoy Madam's visits. A hated smile touches Lyle's lips as Jim rolls himself. How can we help you? Sorry to interrupt. I was just wondering if y'all still have any dreams.
This again? Don't you have anything better to do? Yes, we're still having the dreams.
Lyle's voice is calm but true.
However, they've gotten a hell of a lot worse.
Gin shifts uncomfortably. Let's not go into detail. Anything would be great. He mulls this over.
Alright, but after this, you have to let us finish our dinner.
Sure. Jamie nods approvingly and glances at Lyle and Sheela before.
Our dreams have become, unpleasant, so to say. Darker. Violent.
He runs his hand along. Hello, Gloria. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. I saw you jumped back on Grand Blue Fantasy last night. That one giant, I'm going to describe it as a golem boss, because it reminds me of the golems from Dragon Quest. Looked really fun. Just went out for a spot of groceries. You're baking cheesecake and heat. Whoa. I love cheesecake. Pink. He runs his hand along his tightly cropped beard.
Not all that healthy, if you ask me, especially for men of our age. We come out of them in a daze sometimes. Feels like we've been punched in the senses. And the imagery.
You can see him shiver as he thinks about it.
I said no details, so no details. That about sum it up, Shu? Master Lao? I have nothing more to add. Shu? No. Nothing.
Shu's eyes boring too. Is everything alright, Shu? been staring at me for a while. Shiu continues to stare at you, his face pale. He opens his mouth, closes it. He seems to be struggling to find words.
What's wrong with you, Shiu? You better not be having a stroke. We're in the middle of a game.
If Shiu heard again, he doesn't show it. He looks at you and his eyes widen.
You need to go faster.
His voice is urgent, beating.
The shadows that follow you are getting closer. Excuse us, madam. Our friend is tired.
Lau clasps a hand on Shiu's shoulder. He doesn't seem to notice.
These dreams are taking a toll on all of us. Please, come back after some other time.
Understood. Take care. Alright, let's catch up on the chat. You're just waiting for the cream cheese to soften. Mom reminded you that she wanted to bring some of your cheesecake to camp, so you had to run for ingredients. Fair enough, fair enough. I am a huge fan of cheesecake, so I am happy to hear that you're sharing that sort of love with people around you. Oh, wait a minute. Reliable Matthew stands quietly on his drawing mat, arms hanging limply at his sides. He stares silently at the ground. This isn't the soft-spoken style of uniform conflicts. He looks sad. He looks up briefly as you approach, but quickly looks back to the ground.
Hey, madam. Hey.
He mumbles his words, softly. What's going on? You haven't seen yourself. Matthew mumbles something under his breath. After a moment, he looks up suddenly.
Can you do me a favor, madam? I can't leave the lot right now.
What's the favor?
I was supposed to pick up my medicine this morning, but I overslept. Can you get it from Ambrose for me?
Do you mind, Ambrose? Sure.
Thanks.
I will go do that, but I could also just spot something over here. Oh, yeah, we'll take that. Stash that. There we go. Let's go see Ambrose, who's not on this aisle. I am being punished for not doing my vocal warm-ups this morning. And let's see, this guy was supposed to be from the Midwest. He's from Chicago. Ambrose looks up from what appears to be a housework journal on the operating table.
Hey there. Scrub up and give me them defibrillator paddles, madam. I'm installing some headers on this guy's liver, and now we're gonna shock him back to life.
Ambrose bursts into laughter.
But seriously, hand me the loot. What can I do for you today?
I'm here to pick up reliable Matthew's medicine. Ambrose's brows rise in surprise for a moment.
Really? Yeah, okay.
A Waldo arm opens a cabinet and crackles through packaging. In a moment, it swings over to you, holding a plastic cylinder about the size of a roll of breath mints.
Here you go.
The arm gently sets the cylinder in your hand. Inspect the cylinder. It's lettered with holographic Hanzi, cool blue jazz, non-smoker version. It has a stylized illustration of a laid-back lounge lizard of a man wearing a zoot suit and smoking a cigarillo. Through the semi-transparent plastic, you can see a stack of what look like tiny pills or chips. What are these?
Sorry, madam. Can't discuss a patient's treatment without permission. Confidentiality and Hippocratic Oath and all that stuff.
What the Hippocratic Oath is about?
Yeah, whatever. It's crock of shit anyway, right? Point is, can't talk about a patient's treatment.
All right.
Thanks, madam. They'll be happy to get those.
All right. Goodbye, Ambrose. Actually, no. Hang on. Have you been having dreams, Ambrose? Nightmares?
Nightmares? Hell, madam, that's my life. I curl up with a bottle of vodka and a handful of pills every night. But if you mean the, toothy hunting horror dream, yeah, I've been having it. Shit, it's just one more nightmare.
Ambrose drops his voice and leans forward a little in the wheelchair.
Let me tell you though, I've been doing a brisk business in sleep aids. Just today, someone asked me for some ketamine. Ketamine! That stuff's a horse tranquilizer. What the hell made them think of that?
Can you think of any medical reason we'd all be having the same nightmare?
Nope. Even if we were all doing something similar, intensively, it shouldn't happen. Our experiences are all too different. I've heard of mages and shamans who are somehow connected to each other and sharing dreams, but that's that. That's all.
Ambrose waves his hand dismissively.
Hell, what do I know? I'm not a doctor, I'm just a guy who subscribes to psychological modernista. If you want to know about dreams, ask Crafty. My formal diagnosis is that something fucking weird is going on.
And I have some ketamine?
Hell no. If I had ketamine, I'd take it myself.
He chuckles.
But seriously, it's not something that's good to self-prescribe. You eat a bunch of ketamine, not gonna make you feel well-rested.
Thanks.
No problem. Just doing my part to tamp down the crazy.
Alright, time for me to go.
Cheers, madam. Talk to you later.
It's not exactly a Chicagoan accent, I admit, but it's fun. You know, and it differentiates him from some of the other gruffer characters in the game.
Hi, madam. You get my medicine?
Yes, I did.
Oh, wait, really? That's great. Give it to me.
What is this stuff?
It's my medicine. It makes me feel better. He's got a...
No, he's a bit like... No, he wouldn't be on brand right now.
It makes all this okay. Here, give it to me.
Alright. Well... Hang on, I'm gonna look up if there's a difference here because I don't want to give him drugs if it's going to, like, make his life meaningfully worse. But I don't want to, like, lock myself out of something.
Mom, can you help me get a snack off the high shelf?
I mean, I can, sweetie, but aren't you taller than me at this point?
Yeah, but you have that grabby spell that I don't.
Alright, good point. I'll be with you in just a second. Alright, Matthew. Here you go. Matthew hastily takes the cylinder from you. His hand shakes as he dispenses a single chip from it. He pulls back his hair and slots the chip into a hidden data gem. He stands stock still, eyes closed. His eyelids flutter, ripple moves through his body. His eyes snap open. A flash is here, Vicky.
Hey there, beautiful. Boy, am I glad to be back. It was a little dreary there for a while, but now I'm back and I'm in fighting shape.
He pulls a fresh cigarette from his pocket, twists off the auto-wire tip with gusto, ignites with a faint crackle.
Time to push some tin.
Just slowly sniff at his personality.
No siree, beautiful. This puppy's authentic. Genuine authentic. Authentically awesome. Whew, wow, smell that fresh air. Feel that victory.
He cracks his knuckles laughing.
Some lucky soul is going to get a great deal on a drone today, madam. All thanks to you.
Let's talk about your authentically awesome BTL personality. Matthew shuffles uncomfortably.
Can't talk now, beautiful. Gotta make sales. Feel too good to slow down. Catch me later, why don't you?
Alright, let's look at some drones then.
Oh, I got a red hot deal on solar chargers, just in time for the sun.
Okay, so he doesn't have anything more advanced than I've got right now. I think it'll be time to go and do another run after this break. Do we have enough time? Oh yeah, we should have enough time for one more run. Alright, so I'm going to get myself set up for that. And then I'm going to go see what Dare wants as a snack. We'll be back in 5 minutes or so. So everyone stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments, and I will see you on the other side of the 5. Oh, I need to hydrate a little way as well. We are back. We are back. And I went ahead and did my vocal warm-ups while I was away. So hopefully I'll have a slightly easier time for the remaining segments of the stream. Ooh. Looks like we are finally heading to the Ares facility to detect a conflict between Knight Errant and the Red Dragon Syndicate. We are absolutely bringing Raptor, Isabel, our normal team for this one. Misdirection. Central Hong Kong spills out along Victoria Harbour, all glittering chrome and neon flags. Dark. The skyscrapers are a jagged nest of mirrored knives thrust into the sky, bending the clouds ascendant. The Ares Asia Holdings complex squats menacingly up Chatter Road. Steel and concrete tumor inter of sky bridges and shared parking structures. You make your way inside and ascend to the 5th floor, a public foyer that connects to the restricted areas of the complex. As the elevator opens, you arrive in cold, dimly lit reception area. Beyond it, your quarry awaits. Mm-hmm. Karma available to let's take a look. How much karma do we actually have, and can we actually use it? Okay, so we have 6 karma available currently, which means that we not have the other, because the next thing I want is 8 karma. Exiting the Ares Asia Holdings elevator, 5th floor of the skyscraper, the antiseptic odor of the mega corporation's office assails your nostrils. The immaculately detailed interior speaks volumes of the wealth and control the North American industrial giant has come to wield free enterprise. Raptor glances at his bracer, pulling up a page of notes on Ares Asia Holdings, scrolling.
We're looking for a lab between floor 15 and 40. Everything below 15 is shopping and recreation. The residential areas span 41 to 92. The auto repair circuits should be up there as well. And no Taylor and Harding. They'll keep it close to their main lab so they can work on the project off hours. And they'll need specialized testing. Things you can't fit in an apartment, even a big one.
So everything we're looking for will be near the main lab?
Yes. Once we plant the altered visitor record data, we can find the lab's precise location. From there, everything we need should be nearby.
I don't know why I'm going behind this. Welcome to Ares Asia Holdings, a division of Ares Macro Technology. How can I assist you today? Just passing through. Well, you're certainly welcome to wait in the lobby. If you try to enter the building without checking in, I'll be forced to call the security. We're going to use the restroom. How about that? All of us, in fact, are going to use the restroom. Drones in. got a report on drone field testing I need to present. You're obviously not an Ares citizen. Why would you be presenting it? The Raptor draws himself up straight, puffing his chest out as he raises his voice.
I am Dr. Raktor, formerly employed by Grecian Aviacorps. I was the director of drone development for over 10 years, and the drone you see is part of my latest project.
The secretary looks unsure of himself. You can see his eyes flit to a conspicuous panic button mounted to the side of his desk, but he doesn't move. You aren't on the guest list. Raptor plows on, his booming voice cutting the secretary's question in half.
I am fully autonomous. It's a fully autonomous quadrupedal defense and attack drone with integrated fire direction data management, adaptive autosoft parsing, and modular weapons integration. This drone redefines bleeding edge. What's more, it's an adaptive experience registry program. To it, he learns.
The secretary blinks a few times, his eyes glazed over by Raptor's barrage of technobabble. Oh, yes, I see. That's a lot of interesting information. What should I put down on the arrival sheet then? Raptor regards the receptions coldly and curls one corner of his mouth into a sneer.
Put down that I am here to make a sales pitch. If there is any company in this world with an interest in cutting technology combat drones, it should be Ares Macro Technology. I have a full report on field and stress tests, part time to failure, and combat efficiency, efficacy, and I do not like to be delayed.
Very well. Have a pleasant evening, Doctor. But please stay on this floor until your escort from the Drone Research Division arrives. This is a public matrix terminal for guests and visitors. Its primary functions appear to be directory and news services, as well as basic email. This is also a perfect terminal for you to upload the faked visitor records. Welcome to Ares Asia Holdings. Please note all activity on public terminals is logged and recorded for security purposes. Please state your query. I guess I can do that. You slip the data chip into a port on the public terminal, where I'm go to work. After several seconds, the chip flashes green. Now, Ares Asia Holdings records show that Golden Fong has visited on several occasions in the past. Search for Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor, P. Drone Automation Division, Floor 27. Biography. Dr. Taylor has transferred to the Hong Kong offices of Ares Asia Holdings from his previous post in London with Ares Europe. Dr. Taylor's research focuses primarily on drone weapons technology, although previous work has centered on cryogenics technology and the impact of the Matrix on social structures and human development. Dr. Taylor is a joint chair of the Ares Asia Drone Research Laboratories with Dr. Ian Hardingham. Current projects include expansion of the Hangzhou Bay Tidal Power System, a proposal to expand the Hong Kong NTR maintenance program, and further research into machine learning. Yep, Floor 27. Dr. Hardingham is transferred to the Hong Kong offices of Ares Asia Holding from his previous post in London, Ares Europe. Dr. Hardingham holds advanced degrees in weapons design, mechanical engineering, and holds several patents in the field of artificial intelligence research. As joint chair of the Ares Asia Drone Research Laboratories, Dr. Hardingham's duties are primarily related to the research and development of new artificial intelligence solutions that will keep Ares Macro Technology competitive in its rapidly changing world. While the specific work of the Drone Research Laboratories is classified, previous efforts have been centered around self-repairing machinery, robotic game theory, and collective machine learning. anything else? Oh, wait, hang on. Isabel, would you please? Oh boy. Alright, so you're on a line that just goes back and forth there. Oh! Got a little bit overzealous. Oh wow. You're just gonna hit me right off the rip, huh? Miss. Go that direction. Oh, this is a complicated mess. Alright, let's go ahead and... Alright. There we go. So, and W. I think it's this one. There we go. Later override. Got by a watcher. Oh, that's a big place to trace. this is gonna be a fucking nightmare to get over there. So they turn there. Oh, I see. One of these. wow, these are complicated. Alright. Let's see. Oh shit. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. I think it might be this one. Nope. Maybe this guy then. Looks like it. There we go. There we go. Appears to be a one-way off switch for a gas system. Interesting. Oh, it's another exit. Okay. Hey there, Elizra. How are you doing today? How are you? How are you? How are you and yours? How are all of you? Welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'll be your hostess this afternoon. Today we are playing Shadowrun Hong Kong. Currently we are in our sort of like hacking realm. Let's see, if you'd be interested in ordering any food, you can do !food. If you'd like to see some of our staff menu, you can do !staff, and both of those will take you to the appropriate online menus. We are a full-service tavern, and today's special is what we refer to as Southern Toikatsu. And last I checked, I believe it was Emily who was available for a full-service package. Now, let's see. Okay, you're going to turn this direction. This one's going to turn left and come up this way. Okay. So theoretically, there we go. You gotta run real quick. Your food is getting delivered early. Hey, fair enough, fair enough. And if you need to lurk after that, completely fine. I understand. Let's see. Simon Says isn't the most engaging thing, but you know, here we are. Subsystem's currently offline. Appears to be a one-way off switch for a gas system. Okay. Is there anything else interesting over here? Oh no, that's going to turn around. That's control 3. Alright. Oh, damn. Oh, it was a 7, not a 4. Oh, that was a lot of information at once. I think it might be this one. Yep. No. That's what I thought. Okay. There we go. Okay, good. Ooh. Subsystem is currently offline. Appears to be a one-way off switch for a gas system. Fair enough. We're gonna make our way around here. And then just gonna go over here. And exit. Or not. That's not the way we came in, so we can't exit from here. Duly noted. Alright. Got rid of a bunch of Watcher programs. So theoretically we should be able to get around this fairly easily. Alright. From there we can exit. Okay. Was there a door in there that I missed? I'll go check again. I feel like there was a door that I missed. Scheiße. Yep, nope, that one's gonna grab me. Keep going this one. Okay, it's not a door that I missed, it's another side of this that I missed. Whoa. office computer doesn't appear to be fully locked. Rests on an info page about Ares Asia Holdings. With little finesse, a decker could probably get into the user's secured email. Of course, we're going to have Isabel hack the computer. Isabel rattles out a few lines of code and the machine beeps softly. You know, I'd expect Ares employees to be more careful with data security. I guess nobody's perfect. From inside the machine's secure storage, you can access recent emails and recent project updates. Let's go ahead and read some emails. Most of the email is boring. Lunch plans, updates on hardware requests, complaints about office lighting, and things of that nature. One thread catches your eye, though. I don't know why you're having such difficulty understanding our Matrix upgrades, Chung. I've given you the bypass codes for the blocker IC at least 3 times already. Maybe you should write them down or something. Anyway, here they are again. These codes should allow you to bypass the blocker IC in our secure data stores, and also for security scheduling. Captain or Corporal Clock, Matrix Security Division. Don't sass me, Corporal. I wouldn't be in this situation if you hadn't been promising the Matrix updates would complete next week the past 6 months. After 4 months of waiting, I've stopped thinking about it. Now, every time I make a pull request from our depot, that damn ice gets in my persona's face and demands another set of passcodes. Thank you for the bypass codes, though. I'll write them on the back of my hand or something. Dr. Chung, Ares Asia Research. Most of his employees' records involve construction projects in and around Hong Kong, but one project referred to only as number 2231 stands out. Dr. Chung, I'm concerned about the amount of resources you've requested to pursue Project 2231, particularly because we are in Ares Asia Holdings, not Ares America. 2231 is an Ares America project, not one of ours. What explanation can you offer for this request? How can it be justified? Dr. Hui, Ares Asia Financing. I understand your concerns, Director, but you should be aware that all divisions of Ares Macro Technologies have been ordered to support Project 2231 where possible. Dr. Taylor and Dr. Hardingham are particularly interested in testing their prototype in support of Project 2231. I am simply requesting enough manpower to find suitable subjects to test the prototype against. Dr. Chung, Ares Asia Researcher. The risk involved in local research is unacceptable at this time. This is the entire reason the bulk of 2231 related research takes place in Complex 68G, and why 68G is in the middle of the frozen tundra. I would be willing to divert additional engineers for Taylor and Hardingham's project if they would be willing to create another prototype with the intent of shipping it to Complex 68G. I'll talk to them about it, Director. If you think it's not possible any other way, I'll impress that upon them. Good to know. Good to know.
Excellent, madam.
Hey, Mom, look at this cool animal I found.
Oh, that's an adorable little, I think it's a
Can
squirrel.
I keep it?
No, sweetie, no. Oh. Okay, this one does look kind of hurt. Maybe. Okay, we'll talk about it. Just give me a moment. All right. So I need to go take a 5-minute break. We've got a commercial break coming up soon anyway, so I'll go ahead and run that now. So everyone stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments, and I'll see you all on the other side of the 5, all right? All right. So, we're going to add this to the menagerie. You have to make sure that we're actually keeping track of it. We'll see how much longer this particular mission takes. To start off from the top of Raptor's line.
Excellent, madam. We have arrived.
Raptor straightens himself up, smoothing out the front of his jacket.
We should make certain to find the auto-repair prototype while we're here.
I'm sure it will be around here somewhere.
Good. Then it won't be too much work to break it up on our way. Thank you very much for this assistance.
Both love and heat, but I just got a game save state there. Laser laboratory shutter controls. Shutters must be closed during energy emittance testing. Failure to close shutters is grounds for immediate disciplinary action. There's a small note attached to the shutter controls are currently also closing security room shutters. I've talked to maintenance about it, but they haven't had a chance to fix it yet. So bear in mind, when you close the shutters for laser testing, security cannot respond as the side door auto-lock. Make sure nobody goes in or out of the main lab while the shutters are down. We are absolutely closing those shutters. Ares Asia Directed Energy Weapons Laboratory, Annex. Outviam in Veniam Outfatiam. Please direct your query. Search for the auto. All information contained herein considered secret or con. Duplication of files is forbidden. Authorized eyes only. Select file. Desert Wars field testing. Congratulations, everyone. Ares Europe's given us the go-ahead on entering the Griffin drone prototypes into this season of Desert Wars. Between the auto repair circuitry, immediate laser prototypes, and the self-organizing threat assessment programs, we've got a great chance of being one of the standout stars this season. Obviously, we have a lot of work to do between now and the kickoff event, so I'm expecting plenty of crunch time. I know each and every one of you wants this as much as I do. It's hard for me to express how proud I am of this team and all the hard work you've put in here. If we can pull this off, we're in a position to be one of the biggest teams in security drone hardware in 10 years. If we can buckle down and put in the hours required, we know we can do it. When live at my office, come get some. Dr. Taylor. Director grunts softly. When he speaks, he sounds almost sad.
Ugh. Taylor, how far you've fallen. When we worked together, we'd never have written this kind of limp corporate missive. We all cared enough about our work that we never had to motivate the team like this. It's become a management tool of Ares Macro. I doubt there's much left of the passionate young researcher that I am.
You sound sad.
I am. The Dr. Taylor that I knew was ready to work out of a basement, a garage, even an ice cave. When we got snowed in outside Novosibirsk during field tests, this new one, he gave up everything that made his independent work valuable. Tied down by inflexible budgets, deadlines, and the arbitrary constraints of a bloated marketing department. Of course I'm sad. His attention is confined by meaningless process, and the world is powerful.
Hey, Ian. I've been encountering a worrying bug in the latest multi-drone mesh network tests. After checking on it, I'm pretty sure it originates in the self-organization subroutines. When the Griffin drones go into self-diagnostic mode and start sharing their telemetry data after field activity, they stop responding to external commands. Even kicking the debugger over to admin mode won't stop them. It looks like they're not responding to outside commands because they're identifying activity orders as non-critical in comparison to their attempts to share and learn from each other's telemetry. It's downright spooky. They tried to push me out of the room during one of the tests, because one started firing the on-share cleanup base camp function, and the rest picked up on it. They identified me as an object to be removed from their secure space, and the worst part is that the trigger condition was me trying to shut down the mesh network. I don't know, Ian. I don't like the idea of drones make... Oh, thank you very much for the coin toss, Osiris. I don't know, Ian. I don't like the idea of drones making value judgments about administrator orders. I'd like to strip out the self-organization code for future tests until I can debug it. I understand that we're trying to play catch-up with Rinraku on the pseudo-intelligence front. The fallout if this bug spreads could be pretty catastrophic. To Yan. Just a heads up for the team. Hold on further self-organization tests until you get the all-clear from me, Taylor, or Yan. There's a bug where the drone network refuses external orders while they're pursuing their self-generated objectives and directives. What didn't it do? I thought it did the... I saw a coin toss. Hang on. Where is... Where's my coin toss button? Yeah, see? There it goes. Okay, so there's a bug where the drone network refuses external orders while they're pursuing their self-generated directives, data sharing, learning, battle examination, etc. It's nothing critical, but it's going to be big to make debugging other systems a pain in the ass until we get it sorted out. General tests are still a go. Dr. Taylor.
And to wonder using my old code. It sounds like the same kind of bug I encountered during my early tests in Moscow.
Doctor runs a hand through his hair, squinting at the computer screen from over your shoulder.
The problem is that they're trying to give orders to the drones while the drones have prioritized their own desires over those of the end user. They'll never respond so long as they're in group reflection mode.
Wait, there was no sound with that? Hang on. Wait, where is that? Alright, there we go. There we go. For some reason, it looks like it was looking back at the wrong version of Vinyan. Hopefully you heard the sound that time. I wonder how long that's been going on. So you're saying the drones don't listen because they're busy with their own work and don't want additional work?
In essence, yes. The more complex pseudo-intelligence drones become, the more we have to learn to convince them that what we've ordered them to do is the best course of action. Within reason. Part of the reason the self-correction code exists is to protect against user error. These drones are only doing what they've been designed to do. The deeper I got into data sharing and self-development code, the more I came to realize that it was impossible to build a truly independent drone, a system simple as weighing order priority. Checking from A to B to C is functional, but inelegant. My solution was to create a system of interlocking desires and motivations that shift and change over time. The only overriding principle is that both Koshie and I must work together to solve problems.
That's a novel approach.
That's why it works as well. As you increase independence, so too is danger increased. If Koshie determined the best method of preserving my life was to shoot me in the leg, it would do so. And I would likely allow that to happen. Koshie's senses and analytical capabilities are superior to mine, at least in terms of battlefield threat assessment.
Fair enough, bud. Can't stinking believe it, Young. After spending all that time and money tracking down tickets to the 2060 Neo-Tokyo Olympics, the OIC's canceled them entirely. Some crap about not having enough participants. I guess a ton of countries pulled out in protest over Japan's treatment of metahumans and the way they'd handled their holdings in California. I mean, yeah, I'm all for equality, but the Olympics? That's about brotherly love, the spirit of cooperation, and the unity of mankind. I can't imagine anyone using them for such transparently political purposes. It breaks my heart. Dr. Ishiguro. Oh, buddy. What about the 1940 whatever Berlin Olympics? Let's just point at everything that happened during those Olympic Games and go, well, they've certainly been used for political purposes in the past. Yeah, I was hoping to take a look at your power output data, test data sometime soon. I'm going to be in and out of the office all day, so just let yourself in and put them in my desk. The code is 9814. Dr. Taylor. Alright, fair enough. No. Oh, there's a lab safe. Small key card slot on the side of the safe. Red light glows softly next to it, indicating the safe is still locked. Okay, so... was it Dr. Hardingham's? No, we have Dr. Taylor's story. And 98144. 98144. There's a barely audible click and the door unlocks. Nice. Before we go in there, is there anything else interesting up here? Okay, plant financial data. After a few moments, the data chip's light flashes green, indicating the data has been uploaded. Project records. Red line prototype directory active. Authorized users only. Remember, security is everyone's business. Enter query. Attention, Ares Asia Holdings employees and residents. Last week, knight-errant officers responsible for the security of this facility received several reports of suspicious activity in the public area. At 13:31 last Tuesday, security footage shows a troll, approximately 20 to 28 years of age, entering the public mezzanine areas of the building. The subject has been seen attempting to gain access to restricted areas. The subject exited the facility before knight-errant could intercept and question him. Reports from Ares citizenry indicates the subject was asking about research labs working on directed energy weapons. Several hours later, the subject was seen re-entering the building from the side entrance, wearing a custodial unit. Knight-errant guards attempted to detain the subject, but during the arrest attempt, both guards were severely injured. Any employee or resident should contact security immediately if they see this troll. Do not attempt to detain him or interact with him in any way. The subject is considered highly dangerous. There's a note attached from knight-errant security. Dr. Taylor, it's come to our attention that you have not been treating this threat with the seriousness we believe it deserves. Please remember that the safety of your person and your research is not solely your concern. A strike against you is a strike against all of Ares macro technology. When engaging in off-site entertainment from now on, we would request that you travel with a group. Thank you. I've had to change the emitter and focusing array in our latest MP4 redline prototype. Prior to this, we were using the same emitter array as the MP Laser 3 since it's a proven design. Unfortunately, that array is too large to continue using at this point, and there's legacy software that we need to update. The largest problem is that the outer lens is 3mm too large for our new housing. In light of that, I've commissioned 20 new focusing arrays. They're being manufactured in Detroit, but should arrive next week with the latest. The fabrication technique is the same type that we have acquired from Zeiss last year. It should give us superior beam coherence, even in high-dest and fog situations. Taylor. Personal notes on MP Laser 1 research. I've been going back through the files for Ares Arms research on the original MP Laser. A lot of the work was done by one Dr. Elliot Mills Fargo. Unfortunately, Mills Fargo is dead. From what I can gather, his son killed him during a drunken argument. What's curious is that most of the research files have been heavily redacted. It's all very curious. It's almost as if Ares Arms doesn't want anyone to know anything about the initial research. It's very curious, given that we're all supposed to be working toward the same thing. Aren't we? From what I can gather, Mills Fargo has had a radically different design. Hello, Bjorn! Hello. What were you playing today? Hello to everyone from over on Bjorn's channel. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'm the hostess and madam here at the Come and Go Tavern, a full-service tavern in the town of Hope and the continent of Vania. If you'd like to take a look at our menus, you can do !food for our food menu or !staff for our staff menu. As I said, we are a full-service tavern. Let's see, today's special was Southern Style Torikatsu, and I believe Emily was available for a full-service package the last time I looked. Ah, you were playing Dark Tide. Ooh, fun. I haven't yet gotten to pick up and check out the Skitari class, but it looks like it's fun. Today we are playing Shadowrun Hong Kong, and we are in the middle of the investigation phase of a run. From what I can gather, Mills Fargo had a radically different design philosophy than Hardingham. Most of Mills Fargo's notes indicate that he was primarily interested in purely vector soliton fiber lasers, rather than our own dye-doped matrix technology. From what I understand, that's also the basis for Windows Systems' own attempts at a man-portable laser solution. I can't find any evidence of how they would have developed that technology without access to Mills Fargo's work, though curious. Anyway. So, what is your favorite part about the Skitari class? Like, what new thing does it bring? Actually, hang on. Did we look at the emails? No, we did not. Hardingham, I cannot believe you. Did you tattle on me tonight, errant, saying I'd blown off security briefing and ran to go drink alone? Psh, I'm a senior researcher, not a bloody prisoner. If I decide to go have a drink on my own, that's my business. Besides, Central and Admiralty are both crawling with police at any hour. They're AAA secure, for God's sakes. Taylor. Listen, H, I really do hear what you're saying about security, and I promise I'm not taking it lightly. I was thinking we could hit up the pawn at the meeting tomorrow. I've got 8 or so takers from the lab, and Knight Errant promised to loan us a low-profile security guard to make sure nothing goes awry. How's that sound to you? By the by, they changed your door code while you were out on vacation. The chips got a little fried when someone forgot to close the shutters in the laser lab when they were testing the new one, or one of the new emitters. It's 23847. Ooh. Lighting weapons and guns, and the ability to send out servo skulls to do things. Do your hacking, revive your allies, do AoE damage and stuff. Ooh, the hacking one I did not know about. I knew about, like, the healing, which is probably what I would go if I went as a Skitari. But having them be able to do your hacking is absolutely wild. That is such a time saver, and keeps your uptime on taking down enemies much better. H, one of the researchers downstairs hit me up at a meeting about supporting something called Project 2231. It's headquartered in the Algonquin Manitou Council, some godforsaken black site called Complex 68G. I guess it has something to do with that debacle in Chicago. Researching into cleaning up the CEZ and whatnot. Oh, I'm gonna have to look that up. Where is Project 6G? Shadowrun. I'll look that up later. I thought it'd be nice if we could give them a hand. Just lend them a prototype or the specs. Let them test the laser out. Right, we have a code for Dr. Hardingham's door. Is it again? 23847. 23847. You can hack while still gunning stuff down. It's a bit slower, but it's hands-free. Yeah, and slightly slower hacking while still being able to help your team take down baddies is a good trade-off in my opinion. Redline Preliminary reports aren't good. We can miniaturize the aperture and emission array from the MP Laser 3, and it's definitely possible to get down to a handheld size, but that's never been a problem. Energy density is the core concern. Our batteries just aren't up to snuff if we shrink them down to pistol size. Without the MP Laser 3's battery pack, we'll be lucky if we ever find a way to break 6 or 7 shots. It's a terrible problem, and one the boys over in materials science have been dragging their feet on. I've been checking into some of the new dual-phase batteries, but the cost seems prohibitive. I've made a note to Director Heoi asking if we could get some help from the Ares Arms Europe. The Firelance research teams made a great deal of headway using staged graphene capacitors. Maybe there's something we could learn from them. Okay, we already read this one. These appear to be Dr. Hardingham's notes on attaching the prototype to security drones. Things proceed apace, assuming that a standard medium drone, like the Inquisitor or Rover 9230 models. The drone provides sufficient power to enable the prototype effectively unlimited bursts, but there's a 30-second charge time if the capacitors are drained rapidly. The small size of the emitter lens also means that the prototype can be mounted modularly or internally as the platform dictates. For smaller drone sizes, the output is more restricted, but still malleable. Charge times increase to between 2 and 5 minutes, assuming standard battery power. This does, unfortunately, reduce the drone's loiter time. Each shot reduces the loiter time by approximately 2.5 minutes, more than enough for a sustained engagement, but something we'll want to keep an eye on. I believe we can increase efficiency in these cases by including a supercooling medium, liquid nitrogen or the like, to reduce the heat pump's draw from the power systems. Maybe something like we worked on for the Sentinel P-series berths. Dr. Hardingham. Oh, I hope I can get a drone laser. Please give me a drone laser. Taylor, I don't think you're taking the security breach seriously enough. A bloody troll tried to waltz into the building not just once, but twice. He beat up some of the bully boys downstairs, and he's definitely after our work. And you want to waltz off to the pub like it's nothing? Like nothing's happening? At least go in a group, man. Listen, I don't know how you managed to beat me in that last game, but I know you're cheating. All the data checks out, but I can't believe your aim's suddenly gotten so much better than mine. When I find out what hack you cooked up, you're going to be owe me 50 million. Either that or our characters are going to be wearing bright green lime costumes from now on. Dr. Taylor, we appreciate your concern about the threat neutralization system leaking from your office air vent. Your safety and the safety of the lab are our topmost priorities. Until we can get maintenance to inspect the valve, we can access the security control for Vent 3 via the Matrix. The blocker IC code is Cortex Freeze. Should any further leaks occur, please contact us immediately. Okay, so that's what those programs we found earlier. Okay, Taylor. If you've gotten 8 people and a bodyguard together for a pint or two after we have our meeting, I'm game. Sorry about being so testy earlier. I don't relish the idea of being beaten to a bloody pulp by some... Nope, not gonna use that word. With the interest in my research. Fighting him. Racist bastard. Let's see. That feels like the main lab up there. The server cluster handles the local records and systems for Floor 27. Undoubtedly, the building-wide systems back up this data. But anything occurring here will be fed to the larger Ares Asia server. This makes it a perfect place to upload the worm and faked camera footage. Yes, please. A few moments later, the chip flashes a green light, indicating that camera records for Floor 37 now show images of Golden Fong meeting with Dr. Taylor and Hardingham. Isabel? Me, do you have easy access to this area? Okay, yeah, this takes us in through the back door we found earlier. That's gas control 1, gas control 2. So this one was 3. We'll go around the long way. Health system is currently offline. It appears to be a one-way switch for our gas. Huh, okay, so... interesting. Oh! Damn, we got spotted. Maybe we could be able to activate it at this point, but I guess not. Alright, I guess we really only have the option to go to the main lab at this point. Oh! Stillness of the Ares laboratory is suddenly rent by the unmistakable sound of an explosion. The floor trembles beneath your feet and dust falls from the ceiling top. As the echoes of the blast recede around you, a distinctive smell of atomized concrete and scorched carpet wafts through the vents. Ractor busily taps out some commands on his arm bracer. Cochet whirs and flexes its legs behind.
I'm seeing a lot of radio traffic. Whatever the blast was, Ares wasn't expecting it. I think we're about to run FaceTime into another runner team, Adam.
Shit. Isabel shakes her head, balling up her fists. It's one thing. If it's not one thing, it's another. Never catch a damn break. Chin up, Biz. We've had worse luck when we were kids, and this time we have a hell of a lot more firepower. We've still got a job to do.
Quite right. And I'm not in the mood to play testosterone-driven games with a bunch of street punks with something to prove.
Oh. The combatants in the next room are quite obviously Shadowrunners. Their gear is mismatched, they wear no uniforms, and the mixture of technical gear and heavy armor indicates they're prepared for anything. Not our problem. The other Shadowrunners huddle up. Their voices are loud enough that you can hear them, even through the glass door. They don't seem to have noticed you yet.
Christ on a crutch, that was nasty.
Bjork wipes sweat from his brow with the back of a...
Jarl, is that the last of them? It looks like it, Bill. Bull, I should say. And my C-12 wrecked the stairwell, so we're safe from backup via that route.
He hands a canteen to the human woman next to him.
Daisy, how are you doing?
Taking a long drink from the canteen, the woman breathes a deep sigh of relief before tossing it back to Jarl. You know what? I would bet that these are Kickstarter backers who got their faces into the game. Because this game was originally a Kickstarter game. Remind me again why we went to the executive level before getting to the lab. I'm all for a brawl, but pulling 4 9-irons adepts off my opti isn't my idea of a party. Dizzy points an accusatory finger at the shaman. You, sir, need to practice your martial arts. Opti raises his hands placatingly.
We had to go up there, Dizzy. Without the keycards to get into the lab, we're as good as dead. Bull could have hacked the door, but his deck got slagged after you threw that rigger onto him and broke his concentration. Okay. We'll have plenty of time to place later. Or plenty of blame to place later. Right now, we have to get the hell out of here. Nab that prototype, figure out before they get more soldiers down to this level.
Bull tilts his neck from to one side and then to the other. Each time a rippling pop runs down his spine.
We got a job to do, people, so let's get cracking.
The runner named Jarl seems to have noticed you. Finally, he gestures in your direction.
Hey, Bull. Looks like we've got some company in the lab.
Turning around, the Archdecker regards you quizzically.
Son of a bitch. Guess you guys got here first. Tell you what, we'll come in there and we can talk this over.
Bull waves an RFID card at the door, but it only buzzes in denial. He glances at the key card near and turns his eyes to you.
Hey. Would you mind letting us in? I'd rather not be trapped in here when Knight Errant backup arrives.
What the hell do you need to get into this lab for?
Probably the same thing as you. That lab has a laser prototype, yeah? That's what we're here for. Just looks like you got to it first.
Opti glances over his shoulder nervously.
Do you think we could have this conversation inside?
In a minute, bird boy. How hot on your ass is Knight Errant anyway? It sucks that you're trapped out there, but I don't want guards crawling all over us either.
Given the shitstorm we set off by going to the executive penthouses first, we'll probably have a few minutes. They'll be too busy to figure out what we were doing up there.
Jarl runs his hand through his hair and shrugs.
Hardingham and Taylor's apartments are pretty trashed, so they'll have to figure out what we're really after before they can respond again.
Well, why were you up in the executive penthouses? I've gotten some intel on Hardingham and Taylor would be out tonight, but they had a secure wall safe down here. Well, secure safe anyway. We figured that would be where they kept the prototype, and the key would also work on the lab door. Bo looks mournfully at the key card in his hand.
If wishes were fishes, looks like we made the wrong move, heading up there first.
Actor gives you a significant look. He speaks quietly so that only you can hear.
I know Taylor and Hardingham. That key is almost certainly for the private safe there they are keeping the auto repair circuit. We need to get these runners in so that I can get the key.
Let's find out if they're willing to give up the key. You gesture at Bull, getting his attention.
Yeah? You made a decision yet? I'm getting kind of nervous out here.
Give me your key card and we'll let you in.
Well, I don't know what it goes to, but it sure as hell doesn't get us inside that lab. Sure, I guess.
Jarl nods in appreciation once the other team is safely inside the lab.
Thanks a lot. We would have been cut apart out there. Never let yourself get backed into a corner, you know?
Mrs. Ares, you should have been more prepared.
Somebody should have brought up an assault cannon like he'd planned. But no, getting in through SeaTac security was too much trouble. Don't sass me, Opti. If I'd had my way, I'd have brought a second deck too. Goddamn sparky ice.
The orc hefts his deck mournfully. Wisps of smoke trail out of it, and there's a distinct smell of ozone.
Here, catch. This keycard's worthless to me.
Bull tosses you the keycard he was attempting to use on the lab. Thanks. Jarl spends a few moments scrutinizing you, when his face suddenly lights up.
Wait a minute. I recognize you. You're Madam, right? Your name's all over the shadows of Hong Kong. From what I hear, you've been doing a lot of work for Kindly Ching.
Well, damn. Blinking a few times, Dizzy looks you over. There's a touch of awe in her voice as she speaks. I didn't expect to run into such heavy hitters on our first run out here. How'd you get tangled up in this?
We flew in from Seattle for this job. Planning a few more before we head home, but this isn't exactly the best start to our little vacation.
Opti quickly checks over his gear and weapons, reassuring himself that they're all still in working.
Listen, I hate to bring down the mood, but we need to get the hell out of here.
Not so fast. What about the prototype? Bull shakes his head and snorts crudely.
We can argue about this here, or we can try and get out of here before we get killed. Makes you feel any better, you hang on to it until we get out of harm's way.
Isabel shifts back and forth on her feet, nods her head impatiently. Yeah, fine. Ever. Listen, what's your way out? We were going to rappel down the Federated Boeing building next door, but with all the racket, well, I think we'd probably get shot off the line. we're going out underground, down an elevator shaft and over to an MTR station.
I didn't even know that was there. Should have done better legwork before we got here.
Bull reloads his pistol, snapping it back into the holster with a loud click.
Alright, we'll follow. More guns couldn't hurt, right? You lead the way, we'll be right behind you.
Suddenly there's a blare of alarms. Red lights click on overhead, accompaniment to the noise. You also hear a sudden hissing sound, rather like a tire deflating. And with that sound comes an acrid odor, hanging you heavy in the air.
Oh, they're gassing us. Look, over there, it's coming out of that vent. My deck wasn't fried, I'd be able to jack in and stop it. Hope you brought a deck or some drones. If you haven't, we've got to get out of here fast.
Well, the good news is I did bring a deck and some drones. So, we're gonna pick that up. Make our way there. I'm gonna make my way to over here. Raptor. Actually, we know where the connection point is. So we'll just head straight there pretty much. Send Raptor out ahead. Actually, no, we'll put him in cover right here. Isabel needs to be forward. And Gobbet catches up the rear. Nice, nice. Oh, it's okay, Osiris. We actually already did a whole bunch of investigation in the Matrix and unlocked the controls for all 3 vents. They would just non-up up until right now. At least I'm assuming they'll be operable now. I don't like that Knight Errant is right outside the room there. But you know how it goes. Let's see, you know what? These are the drones. Oh yeah, let's take shots at their people. Specifically their riggers. Oh, flashbang. Yeet. Nice. Raptor, if you would please bring up Crochet. Then we're also going to have you overdrive Crochet, who is now going to gain an obscene amount of AP. Let's see. Can we just go ahead and down that rigger? Yes, we can. And let's go ahead and summon a spirit, why don't we? Hello?
Mom, have you seen Mr. Grumbles?
No, sweetie, I haven't. Where'd you lose track of her?
Can you help me find her?
Sure thing. Give me just a moment. Amazing that they grenaded their own guy trying to get to mine. All right, so we'll do one more segment. Probably won't be a full-length segment, but we will do one more. I will see you all on the other side of the 5. I'm going to go help find a skunk, make sure she hasn't wandered into a customer area. So everyone stand up, stretch, refresh your refreshments. I will see you on the other side of the break. All right, sweetie. So earlier she was in the library. Let's see, is the sun still coming in through those windows at this point in the day? has been found, and I am ready to take down some knight-errant thugs. Let's see, Koshei is down, so I'm not gonna worry about using that on him. Isabel into cover here. We'll just flatline that guy. Oh my goodness, he's standing still. Yeah, let's go ahead and throw 4 AP at this guy. Alright, so... Ba-ba. I don't know why they felt the need to kind of back up there before moving down here, but you know, the pathfinding in this game is sometimes less than— aw, beans! Rather rude. Oh my goodness, are you serious? Are you serious? Be better, Koshei. Oh, everyone's operating on reduced AP. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. What are y'all doing back here? I really wish they had just given me control over these characters. Ow. I'd like to get on the back end of this box, please. There we go. Isabel around to there. Alright, so she'll need to be in place to deal with that next turn then. Right, minor dragon line. There we go. Oh. Get you into some cover. Rude of you to dodge that grenade that clearly landed on your head. Koshei, please go use a circular saw on his knees. You know, I should probably dump out of the Sundowner so that I can get my character a little closer to everyone else. Alright, let's get those vents taken care of. Air down. Let's see that. Then we're gonna dump out of the sundowner. Go to there. Yep, there they are. I was like, I know they're gonna be coming from somewhere in this vicinity. Rude. Number one. There's number three. There's number two. Alright, all three of those taken care of. Gas vents no longer a problem. We'll go ahead and bring reactor up. Yeah, sure, why not? We'll do a spray and pray. The Enforcer, Mage, Guard. We'll go after the Mage. It always pays to geek the Mage. Rude. Alright, we'll just get in cover. Nice, good flanking bonus. We'll switch out to those. No, we won't. Reload. Down she goes. Koshi's Death Saw is up and raring to go. It misses somehow. Ow! Seriously? Seriously. Alright, let's bring the Sundowner back up. I haven't used its advanced med kit on Raptor. Go ahead and give a boosty to Koshé. Alright, get that there. Right. And you know what, fuck it, let's put bullets down range, never hurts. Goodness gracious, this person is thick. Thank you. Oh. You are no longer melting. Hell yes, love to hear it. Raptor peers intently at his bracer as he scans the room with it.
I think that's the last of the security on this floor, but it won't be long before reinforcements arrive. They are sure to notice when their soldiers stop checking in.
Think that they figured out what we're after? They'll be right on top of us if they have.
Doubtful. Unless Taylor or Hartingham was in the lab, the rank and file knight errant guards won't have security clearance to know what projects are being developed. Still, we should move quickly.
Alright, so let's go back up here. Swiping the keycard across the slot, the safe lets out a beep and the light flashes green. As the door swings open, the contents are revealed. A stack of chips and a plexiglass cube containing a tangle of drone parts. With a deft grab, you scoop up the goods. Is there anything interesting in this direction? Oh, security control panel. Oh, is this the exact same entrance that I was looking at before? Oh, well that would have been nice to know. I thought I needed to go all the way back over to that other room. Good to know after the fact, I guess. The elevator doors refuse to open. Some kind of manual lock is engaged. A blinking alert message reads, "Elevator in transit. Doors will unlock once elevator passes floor 27. Looks like you won't be able to pry them open for a minute or two. Better hunker down." Yeah, we will be hunkering. Get over to there, steal links. Into place. Get Raptor over to here. Bring Koshé up. Koshé, I'm also going to have you guard Isabel. You guard in that direction. Gobbet, I am going to have guarding this way, just in case. Because I have no idea if this is the door that's going to open, you know? Rude. Extra rude. Don't have any manual weapons. So I guess we're just going to take some pot shots. the mage specifically. We're gonna give Cochet the extra AP. Okay, so we got an enforcer and we've got a guard. I guess we'll go after the enforcer since I have a better shot at him. Or her, whichever it is. Can't tell from here. Nice. And why not? There we go. Love it when I can get a twofer like that. Yeah. Oh, all misses, but you know, whatever. Nice. Target neutralized. Oh look, another adept. Real quick. Let's take a couple of pot shots here. I'm gonna get Gobbet out this turn. Okay. Hello, Weather. How are you doing today? Oh shit, you need to fix your earbuds. Fair enough. We are wrapping up a mission and then probably wrapping up for the day. The pungent smells of musty stone, grease, and the remnants of neurostun gas mix in your nostrils as you rappel down the elevator shaft. Whatever frustrated knight-errant security officers are in pursuit are too far away to be heard. All around you there is only darkness and the occasional red-hued maintenance light. As you reach the bottom and pry open the heavy elevator doors, light comes flooding into the shaft. With any luck, you're only minutes away from the MTR station, and with it, freedom. I thought the next thing was loaded already. Not gonna load in. There we go. You exit the service elevator and step into the dimly lit basement. You hear no sounds of alarms, nor shouting, but it's only a matter of time before Knight-errant catches up with you. The basement smells of mold and stale air. Faint vibrations run through the floor and walls every few moments. Evidence of MTR trains passing nearby. That was a hell... I gave her a southern accent. That was closer than I'd have liked. Whew! Izzy hunches over, hands on her knees as she pants excitedly. She straightens as she calms down. Talk that up to things I don't want to do again. Get gassed while trying to escape from Knight-errant.
Oh, buck up, Dizzy. At least your fists and feet could hurt those bastards. Swear to God, I'm never running against Ares again unless I've got an assault cannon with me. The old 6-gun just uncut it against Knight-errant.
Just spring for some APDS rounds, man. You don't need to overcompensate that much. So what now? We just march through the basement into the central MTR station? You're back from working on birthday. Lame. Ugh, that sucks, but I've been there plenty of times. One step at a time. Knight-errant will definitely follow us down here.
Before we go head off into the unknown, what are we gonna do about the prototype? You need it for your job. I need it for mine. You aren't the only one who needs it. We have a job to finish, just like you do. It's unfortunate that we can't both get what we want, but that's how life is some days. You suck it up and move on. Oh, come on. You're well established. You've got a network of contacts. The runner community knows how reliable you are. I'm a little fish in a big pond here. If I blow this job, I may not be able to work in Hong Kong again. Hell, you don't even need the prototype. It's the damn GPS unit on it.
I don't like it either. Maybe we can work something out.
Well, thanks. I mean it. I don't like the idea of cheating on a job, but we're on the same team here. We both have to live and work in the same environment. How about this? We take the laser, you keep the GPS. Nobody's the wiser. And I'll owe you one. You call it in, I'll help you out and can get or get friends who can. I'm tied up.
Alright, we've got a deal. Take it. The Earl takes the prototype from you, detaching its GPS tracker and handing it back to you.
Excellent. I'll make sure nobody hears about this deal. At least not on my end. So what now? Do you want us to leave, or can we stick with you until we get to the NTR station?
No sense in dividing our forces. Come with us.
Sounds good to me. Lead the way.
This is a fairly familiar map. Or at least, same building blocks. But, you know, that's how this game works. A piercing howl cuts through the silence of the empty station. It's distant, but probably won't be for long. Better move, and move quickly. Gobbet turns to face you, planting a hand firmly on each hip. She's grinning like a maniac. We barge into an Ares facility, shoot up the staff, steal a laser, and now they're chasing us through a cave with guard dogs. We are so awesome. Ooh, yes, I will take an advanced med kit. We'll put it on Gobbet. Wait, we have no free items. Oh, okay, I guess we can't put it on Gobbet. Yeah, sure, we'll send it to the stash. Could go out and back around, but let's see if we can continue. Aha! We have generator controls. This control panel seems to connect to the backup generators powering the disused section of the old central MTR station. The readouts indicate the backup batteries have sufficient power to keep the lights on. The remainder of the power is devoted to operating secondary doors. Hello, Circuit. How are you? How are you? We are trying to finish up a run. If you could turn this off, you could prevent knight-errant forces from getting in except from the way you came. Yeah, we're gonna power down the secondary systems. With a whine, the generators spin down and the lights go dim. Nice. I think we're probably just gonna go ahead. Oh yeah, those are knight errant. Yeah, those are knight errant. It's fine. Wait, they signed up for this. In the most literal sense possible. You're streaking it. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, I should have thrown a flashbang there. Oh well. Thank you very much for the hydrate redeem. Good water, good water. Alright, crochet. Here, take some bonus AP. I got some really good getting back pops out of that. Thank you very much. You have to go get a shower because you're covered in sweat. Yeah, go be not gross. Go hit him with the buzzsaw, Cushy. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. As you move through the MTR station, several figures have moved to interrupt your advance. The leader is obvious. Hulking brute of a troll. He cradles a heavy assault rifle in the crook of his cyberarm, a mix of stale cigarettes and casual brutality. The name Steeltooth is stenciled across the black vest beneath his jacket. His eyes narrow as you approach. That's far enough for you, punk. Steeltooth gestures towards you with the barrel of his gun, taking a drag from his cigarette. My crew's had a long night. Nerves a little raw, you know, and crunching somebody's face always brightens my mood. Let me speak in small words so you don't misunderstand. He takes a long drag on his cigarette, exhaling smoke through his nose. Give us the prototype laser, or we're gonna kill you so hard your ancestors feel it.
Be a safe escalator user. Alter the handrail. Take care of children and the elderly.
That's really the best insult you could come up with? Really? Steeltoe's face twists up in annoyance. Hell with you, little woman. You think you're so smart? Let's see how smart you are with a bullet in your skull. His voice is like gravel over sheet metal. Velvet rolls her eyes, waving a dismissive hand at Steeltooth. Listen, we're all super impressed by the size of your gun, really. But we're not really inclined to give anything to a dumb thug like you.
Children and the elderly.
Adults are talking, little girl. Well, once they're done, maybe you'll be able to run along home and play with your dollies. Until then, shut the hell up. The troll takes one last drag from his cigarette before spitting the butt out onto the tiled floor. Right. Cigarette's done, which means your time's up. Hand over the prototype, now. We had to ditch it back in those caves. Knight errant is right behind us. Bullshit. Nobody dumps a payday like that. Not unless they've got no other choice. He fingers his rifle's trigger nervously.
Be a safe escalator user.
We had guard dogs following us by scent, and the laser had a tracking device on it. Ah, hell. Still, though, I ain't buying it. Tell you what, we strip search you. If you don't have it, you can be on your way. How's that? Oh, to hell with you. I mean, I was gonna let him walk away from this. But if they're gonna be dicks, then, well, they're gonna need the steel links. Let's see, we got a samurai, we got an adept, we got a mage. Oh, well, mage it is. Wow, are they really not even gonna last the round? They didn't even last a full round. The MTR train awaits. With it, the promise of safety and freedom from making more unforeseen complications. The Jarl nods in appreciation, extending a hand to you.
Thanks for all the help tonight. Don't know if I'd have been able to get out of there without you. The world's better off with people like you.
Good luck out there, Jarl.
Thanks. I could always use some better luck. Hope yours changes too. Seem like you could use a milk run. Especially after that. You keep safe out there, okay? We all gotta stick together. If we don't, we end up with bullets in our back.
Take care, Jarl. Like, we didn't even have to move. Fucking wild. An advanced announcer's test, you say. Okay, then give me just a second to narrate this, and I'll be glad to do that. The MTR train pulls away from the station. You become lost in the crowd. Just another face traveling from Central toward Kowloon. Every second puts blessed distance between you and the hornet's nest of knight-errant soldiers you left in the wake. With the data planted in the GPS module in your possession, it seems certain that Ares Asia will place the blame for your run at the doorstep of the Red Dragon Association. The loss of the prototype laser is unfortunate. Allies are more valuable than gear, especially in the shadows. With any luck, they'll be able to pay you back soon enough. Ooh, and we plenty of karma from. Ooh, yeah, we are flush with karma right now. Alright, I'm gonna get into the karma screen just so I know nothing else is gonna happen. Alright, so this is the advanced announcer's test. It's from the early 1950s, written by Mike Nichols for radio station WFMT in Chicago. The WFMT announcer's lot is not a happy one. In addition to uttering the sibilant, mellifluous cadences of such cacophonous sounds as Hans Schmidt Isserstadt, Karl Schuricht, Nicanor Zabaleta, Hans Nabertsbusch, and the Hammerklavier Sonata, he must thread his vocal way through the complications of l'Orchestre de la Suisse Romande, the Concertgebouw Orchestra of Amsterdam, and the Leipzig Gewandhaus Orchestra, and other complicated nomenclatures. However, it must by no means be assumed that the ability to pronounce l'Orchestre de la Société des Conservatoires du Conservatoire de Paris with fluidity and verve outweighs in ease, naturalness, and friendliness of delivery when at the omnipresent microphone. For example, when delivering a diatribe concerning Claudio Muzio, Beniamino Gigli, Eddie Plumacher, Giacinto Prandelli, Pedro Rosenstein, or Lina Pagliucci, 5 out of 6 is good enough if the sixth one is mispronounced plausibly. Jessica Dragonet and Margaret Truman are taken for granted. Poets, although not as such a constant annoyance as polysyllabically named singers, creep in now and then. Of course, Dylan Thomas and W.B. Yeats are no great worry. Composers occur almost incessantly, and they range all the way from Albinet Alfin and Alec, to Volfarai and Zeisel. Let us reiterate that a warm, simple tone of voice is desirable, even when introducing the Bach cantata Echata Via Bucamernis from Monteverdi's opera La Incarnazione di Poppia. Such then is the warp and woof of the announcer's existence in Giesenhagen-Hallen. Ooh, that one went okay. Using decking and rigging. Okay, so that raises that. Grants the ability to equip 2 drones at once. That's going to open up that and then that eventually. Nice, we spent all 16. Fine by me. And then we're going to hit that big old save button. Some hiccups here and there, but overall good. Yep. A couple of hiccups, but that's fine. Alright, so we are over by a full extra segment, so I think I'm going to send you all off to someone else. So let's head back over to the just chatting screen real quick. I need to double check who all raided today. So let's see, we got a Lizra. Thank you very much again, Lizra. Thank you very much, Bjorn, for their raids. Let's double check. And I just also wanted to say thank you very much for stopping by, Weary Travelers. Whether you're a regular or if you came over in one of the raids, I appreciate you being here. I hope you've enjoyed today's stream. I'm currently planning to be back on Tuesday, July 21st with a Hightail stream, but I do have some potential gigs coming up over the next couple of days, so we will have to see where that leaves me, like physically. If I'm too exhausted on Tuesday, I may not be able to stream, or I just may have to do a very low-key stream, which Hightail is good for. I have been making good progress on the Haytail CNG in that game. And I definitely want to be able to keep up that momentum. So even if it's a very low energy stream, I probably will still stream. For more information about future streams, keep an eye on our Blue Sky at Come and Go Tavern for announcements and daily check-ins from the Come and Go. We're actually program in a Blue Sky function. No, I did not. That's fine. If you're over on Blue Sky at Come and Go Tavern, spelled like it sounds. Oh, well, you can just look above me. There it is, right up there. In any case, I have been your hostess, Sheela Ornthalis, and if you need to prop your feet up for a little while longer, we've got some more entertainment coming up soon via a raid. So let's take a look at the menu, see who is online right now, shall we? Let's see. Ooh, Toxan's online right now, playing Splatoon 3. How are they doing? How long have they been going for? Just about 2 hours. Yeah, we'll go ahead and raid over there. So, everyone give your best to Toxan for me. Hope to see you again next time, and ta-ta for now. Bye. 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 Bye.